valuable pawn. So let the merge begin. Now that the spiders are gone, with the core in my hands, reality shall collapse, and my eternal reign will stretch beyond divine grasp. So fade away and return to nothing. Your strength is great, but you're no match for me now. I'll let you live, only entertain me. God of all creation, God of your creation now. I do not fear you now. I exist beyond your time. Rule over cosmic beings. One thought could melt your mind. I do enjoy your rage. Could always entertain. Erasure won't come yet. I'll just provide the stage. So fade away and return to nothing. Your strength is great, but you're no match for me now. I'll let you live, only entertain me. God of all creation, God of your creation now. So fade away and return to nothing. Your strength is great, but you're no match for me now. I'll let you live, only entertain me. God of all creation, God of your creation now. Pasta in your hood, it tastes like heaven. And wheat and pasta and it.
I just started there.
Yeah. We've ended careers before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Plain hero, Roroni Kenshin. We kicked it aside of your door. Use the one who will get to step in. Where was that bravado you had a hot minute ago? Hey, we got ups, but I wouldn't say we beat. How the saying go, it's a two-way street. They be on the pipe and you know they had a tweak. I'm just trying to lay my name, you get what I'm speaking. We entertain the masses and anywhere the weekend. There's some asshole think that he can press the lead and put the whole squad down, get out within the weekend. But we stars, boys, so continue, go and see. We've ended careers before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Play hero, Roroni Kenshin. We kicked it aside of your door. Use the one who will get to step in. Where was that bravado you had a hot minute ago? Talk big game till you learn it ain't one. Catching nails on this track's another freight. Not a single dub, so you gotta make one. G, yeah, domino, trying to cook some great stuff. You can keep ducking, this be the season. Go hot when we down and new in our treasures. While casually pressing your buttons, you keep pretending and nothing. But we can tell you be frontin', try threatening us with a poker. But your face looking all flushed and we calling out all the bluffs. And we telling you what is what and we saying enough's enough. But you trying to keep acting tough. If you really think that you run, let me tell you, you ain't the one. Cause the song will be nothing. Speakers and the whole team finna pump it, y'all. We've ended careers before. They us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Played hero Rogoni Kenshin. We kicked it aside of your door. You're the one who will get to 7. Where was that bravado you had a hot minute ago? We eating pasta in your hood. It tastes like heaven. We eating pasta and it good. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Is anybody here? Oh, I don't know. I'm here. Oh, that's good to know. Oh, goodness. Do you guys like the yippies outside now? They finally were forced off of their butts. Or off of the pillow, I guess. They were finally forced to go out and do something. Nobody's here? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh, goodness. As a member of the Yippies Guild, Yippies Guild merchant under the table. Yippies Guild merchant. It's not the Merchants Guild. It's the Yippies Guild merchant. You can't call it the Merchants Guild. It has to be specifically that. Akko fell off. Oh, no. You know what's funny? Is sometimes I do get like brainworms about that kind of shit. Because sometimes I have topics that are, you know, they're bigger than others. And it's obvious that they're probably more interesting than others. And I know for a fact that sometimes a topic's just more or less interesting than others, and that's okay, you know? But legitimately, I once had a guy, like, come up to me in the comments, and be like, oh my gosh, you only had, like, X amount of live viewers. Thank you for re-upping your membership. Shadow, when are you gonna, like, get back to streaming or some shit? I remember you, like, wanted to play games with me at one point, but then life kind of happened, which I don't really blame you for. But when are you gonna get back to streaming? Because I seem to recall that you were alright to talk to. Probably more than just alright, so come on sometime, I don't know. You don't have to, though. It's not a requirement. But thank you for the membership. More yippies? We do. Yippies are in the pipeline, chat. Currently, the yippie maker... her name is just Ghosty. I got like 5 people in the works. And so those will come soon. She's been busy. I told her she doesn't have to like hurry or rush to it. Thank you for becoming a yippie. For 6 months. That's half a year. Thank you, thank you. I hope you're enjoying your time here. I'm returning to the bird. I always liked the bird. I didn't dislike the transformer, but I always liked the bird. And so I'm excited. I like the bird. What happened to Lily? I don't know. I will say, as a totally fake, not real, not professional psychologist that has no degree of any kind and has no way of actually diagnosing people with anything of any kind, I will tell you that I have like sat there and wondered to myself what kind of like changed. And maybe that's like kind of silly of me to say. Because I did like look at how things were going with Lily, and in my head I was like, is this a normal thing? Was Lily always like this, or did it kind of happen over time, or where did Lily lose the plot? And I'll be honest with you, I would have to do more research. I don't know. Raid is working with my new VTuber mom. Perfect. I'd say we need more. A crow lollibaba sounds pretty cool. I'm gonna be honest with you. You know, could be a wholesome crow girl or something like that. She's a woman. I don't think that's all of the answer. I feel like that's too easy. I feel like it's too easy to just say, oh, Shy Lily's a woman. That's why she's acting like a bitch. There's plenty of women that can rein it in, I would say. Or at least can do it better. So I don't know. I feel like that's giving her too little accountability. I don't know. I did like my point that my little point that I made, where it's just like Shy Lily basically became her own Cinder. I felt like that was a decent point to make. It's just like, you have become the one thing that you're saying you fight against, or some shit like that. No one kept a leash on her? Okay, I don't really want to get on talk about Shy Lily all night, because we're not here to talk about VTubers. Nobody really... We're off the VTubers for tonight, but what I will say is that's not true. She had Buska, her manager slash partner, and that is something that I have heard. Currently, I don't have like a lot of definitive evidence. I've seen a lot of people have given me clips where she like claims that she lives with Buska or some shit like that. I don't know how true that is. If that is actually true, she does actually like live with this man full time. This man needs to do a better job with keeping his woman under wraps. And if you do live together, I am going to call her his woman, because at that point, I feel like you're just sleeping together. So, I don't know. All I will say is I used to think more of Lily because of how she handled drama, and because she's chosen to handle drama the way she has, I'm like, maybe I was wrong. I don't know. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. Anyway. Chat, we have some stuff to talk about today. I was wrong about something. Okay? I was wrong about something. And like I said, when it came to Quintheo, who I think is a great example of a good creator, if I get something wrong and I feel it's appropriately meted out to me, I will bring it up. I will talk about it. So that you guys don't feel like I'm just stiffing you from like me talking about shit, which, you know, if I need to, I will. Yes, he is a woman. Oh gosh. Trying really good, I guess. You know, a lot of people still think I'm trans for some reason. And, you know, I'm not going to stop them at this point. It's one of those things where if somebody in sincerity asks, I'll be like, oh, I'm a dude. But no, I have to... now, technically, I was not the only one that was stinky and wrong. Ava was also wrong. But she kind of already talked about it in the comments of the video. I'm gonna pull up here. What is this? Okay, there it is. Wasn't loading for a moment. So let me bring this up. By the way, I have Minecraft in the background. I'm back into Minecraft. We'll talk about it when we get into the reaction stuff. But I started a Minecraft world, a single player one, because I lost my 5+ year old world. I'm really sad. Unironically, I am kind of sad that I lost it. A lot of people be like, "Oh, it's just Minecraft," but it's just like, you know, when you put so much time and effort and hundreds of hours into a single world that was like measured in gigs at that point. I think it was like a couple of gigabytes. It was not more than 10, but it was more than like 2 or 3. And I lost it because I forgot to copy it when I moved computers. And I thought that because the data copied from one OS to another, it would still be there. And it's whatever. We start over. So now I'm playing in the newest version, the Happy Ghast version. But anyway, let's talk about Mutahar first. Because we have some follow-up. Before we get to the actual meat, we have to talk about the Mutahar stuff. Because, like I said, if I'm wrong and it is appropriately pointed out to me that I'm wrong, I'm willing to say, you know what? You're right. I'm wrong. Fuck Minecraft. I disagree. I don't fuck video games. No roaming folder. See, again, I copied everything. I thought I did. Guess just didn't do it good enough. Like, all the folders were there, but the files were gone. Anyway. So, on my Mutahar stream... Oh, thank you for the 10.
Avenge 900 tipped Octopus Mommy MILF $10. I notice that when most content creators reach the top, they tend to let their hair down.
They sometimes do, yeah. They definitely do sometimes. And I think it has something to do with the fact that some people feel like they can just, like, stop being professional, I guess, which I don't get. Because in my personal opinion, the bigger you are, the more responsibility you have to actually, like, keep your nose more clean, because more people see you, more people take what you say seriously. Oh, that's interesting. I might look at that later. Well, VTubers might be on the table for tonight in terms of VTards. We'll see. Anyway. Gotta be careful about that because of details around the VTards. But anyway, back to Mutahar. So we did a stream. Me and Ava did a stream here. I'm going to actually jump over to the main screen here. I'll show you the back end with the comments and shit. So we did a stream. Mutahar is a fake engineer. And technically, the premise of the stream is we were looking at the video by Nick Andros where he goes over and talks about how Mutahar is a fake engineer. And for the most part, I will not say that I disagree with my thoughts of the video. I'm not really the biggest fan of the video because I feel like while I agree with a lot of the points in the video, the way that it went about it didn't really do a good job at swaying me, and it probably put me off. It put Ava off. Now, to be honest with you, we're probably in the minority of people that's just like, okay, like, I didn't really feel like this was compelling. I didn't really like this, all that kind of stuff. But doesn't matter. All I'm going to say is we didn't really like the video that much, but we agreed with the message kind of in the end kind of deal. So we're going to go to the comments here. Because this now we did get a few comments, a couple of comments. I had like one guy that was constantly spamming how horribly wrong we were. And here's what I'll say: if you want to give proper criticism, which I will pay attention to, there is a way to do it. There's a way to do it, if that makes sense. And if you do it in a way that's like trying to come off as just saying you're retarded, you're retarded, you're retarded, this is obviously why you're wrong, I'm less inclined to listen to you, if that makes sense. Because I have a bit of oppositional defiance in me, which is why I try my best to curtail it, especially for my job. But like, if you come at me, it's one of those things where if you come at me in the comments and you're just like, you suck, this is why you're wrong, I'll be like, I don't care. I don't care. But this individual here, and I'm pretty sure I pinned this comment, but this individual actually like gave a really good, compelling argument. He put timestamps for everything that was listed, and it actually like nobody has to do this, but the fact that they did do this actually, like, I like it. if that makes sense. It like really caught me by surprise, and I was really happy to see it. And I think I got it, like I read it during my break at work, and I was like, you know what, this is pretty good. I showed it to Ava. Ava was like, I agree with this, and then she, obviously replied to it down here. So we're gonna go through this first. I'm looking at an essay. You kind of are. So I'm gonna go through this. I'm gonna read it, and if you want the TLDR, I basically agree, pretty much. Some people in the Cinder video. I might talk about that later. We'll see. So, God King Revival. Good guy. I don't know if he makes content. Not quite sure, but I appreciate the comment. If you go watch the Mutahar stream, give this guy a like. I was watching this at 2 times speed and admittedly stopped watching after an hour and a half, but here's some of the responses for Ava. I immediately apologize for the insane wall of text. I'm sure it comes off a bit weird as a first-time commenter. Sorry, I didn't want to take you up on when you said at 1:13. At 53 minutes, they say, it is public interest. Mutahar has done public ad promotions using his title as an engineer to bolster his endorsements. If he's not an engineer, but he claims to be one while endorsing products, then it's bad. He also used his credibility as a cybersecurity engineer to publicly allege that Mama Max possessed and distributed CSAM because Max's mega account was taken down, while failing to mention that there were other more probable reasons as to why Max's account was banned. Now, what's funny is I didn't know anything about that. I knew the Mama Max situation. I was up to date with enough of the Mama Max situation to know that everybody hated him, and that everybody did a takedown, and Mutahar was one of them. That is a really crazy, insane claim, and that is one where if Mutahar isn't careful, he is basically alleging that Max might have broken the law, which, if untrue, Max probably could have some form of recourse for defamation. I'm not going to get too thick in the weeds on that, but that is kind of crazy. While failing to mention that there were other more probable reasons. If his credentials aren't real, he shouldn't be using them while recommending products, nor making heavy accusations against people. And I agree with that. If you aren't actually, here's what I will make as a parallel. Ava is actually, or was, an attorney. She did have a license. I think she said for like 18 months, where she was a board certified lawyer. She passed the bar. She had a license. She was able to practice law. So she is allowed to say, I am a lawyer. Thank you for the 5.
$5 for more hats. Why couldn't this person have come into the Discord and dropped this feedback instead of that crazy that came in and crashed?
I don't know. I don't really have much to say about that crazy person. All I will say is they are somebody that probably found me through another Discord server, from a mutual like of a fetish that I had, and which most people, for the most part, know of. And that's where they found me, and it was just really funny because they were calling me and Ava names and shit, like Predator for not disavowing lolly shit. And I just had to find it funny because it's just like, bro, you're in a fetish community that literally, for the most part, which I don't agree with, that champions great replacement theory, open borders, and weird cuckoldry. It's just like, I feel like you're being a bit of a hypocrite. And then I basically had to tell him to F off, and I didn't care about his opinions, even if he was right, because he didn't go about it the right way. Anyway. But anyway, so I agree. The fact that we had to deal with that guy, it was funny, I'll be honest with you. And I didn't even see it. I asked some people if they could give me the TLDR, and it was basically just he started picking fights with people. In the future, I'm going to have to be more strict on people replying. And if people start to pick fights, I'm saying this to my mods right now. If people pick fights in the Discord server, even if they are like not the main aggressor, they still need to get warned. And if they continue to fight, they need to also get kicked out. Because I don't want people to just start responding to fights in the community. It's in my community. That's not what we're here for. You're not supposed to. It's actually a rule, and I need to enforce it more, that you don't engage with people that are being stupid. You just let them be stupid and get removed, basically. Anyway, we're gonna continue on here. But yes, I agree with this first point. It is public interest. After thinking about it, it's like, yes. The fact that Mutahar pushes himself as an engineer, not just in his videos, but to use it as a way to forward more of his credibility, I agree. I agree that it is a public interest to see if he is actually like It is actually like a public interest. Nick Andrews made a follow-up. Yes, that is going to be one of the things we watch. I have a couple things to watch here, including Mutahar's response, because I wanted to get Mutahar's response too. Excuse me. Continuing on at 5615, Mutahar lives in Ontario and his name has been searched by people in the public database of professional engineers, Ontario licensing and regulatory body for Ontario's professional engineers. Nothing came up for them. I even checked for myself and there are no results for the name Mutahar. And searching using his last name yields one female and one Egyptian male who does not live in Ontario. Outside that, Muta says that you need to have a degree to be an engineer, yet admits he has no degree, which we will get to in his response video. These 2 points alone strongly imply that he's not actually an engineer. People actually have gotten charged in Canada over calling themselves an engineer without actually being one. Richmond Hill was charged by Professional Engineers Ontario under sections 42A1 and 42A of the Professional Engineers Act for using the title engineer and professional engineer. And I don't know anything about that case, but on its face, I do agree that if he doesn't have a degree, he's not an engineer. Again, Ava has had board certification. She passed the bar. I don't really know how it works with lawyers. I know once you pass the bar, you are a lawyer, and that can't really be taken away from you because it proves that you have the knowledge to practice law. But like the difference is that if Ava didn't pass the bar and she just starts calling herself a lawyer, she's not, and there can be repercussions over that, if that makes sense. So yeah, Mutahar can't professionally call himself an engineer, and that is a problem, and I agree because that's just how it works, and I pretty much agree with that one. Unless malpractice, yeah, something like that. Well, if there's malpractice, you can have your license taken away, and then there's probably more bits and pieces that are stacked on top of that, but I don't know. That's a question for Ava, not me. But I agree with this. He is not an engineer because he does not have a license. I didn't actually know his whole name was like on the internet. Obviously, I'm not asking people to give that to me, but I did not know that was actually a thing that existed. That's pretty crazy, in my personal opinion. Attorneys practicing, lawyers both practicing and not. Yes, that is the big difference. Yes. At 1 hour and 24 seconds, I've looked it up too, and Canada Commons outlines the Canadian Council of Professional Engineers determined using title software engineer or computer engineer is prohibited unless the individual holds a license from the appropriate regulatory body. So, according to this law, he can't even call himself that. And continuing on, he says, and yes, the website specifically mentions software and computer engineer as protected titles, which the CCPE states cannot be used by people without a license. Mind you, computer engineer seems to be the main kind of engineer Muta likes to call himself, despite apparently seemingly self-admittingly not being one. After watching this timestamp back, I realized you didn't say anything coherent. You said that there are a lot of exceptions, titles which are not protected. However, you were listing examples. You actually listed 2 protected titles. If a title is protected under this context, it would not count as an exception, and your point about Mutahar being able to counter sue becomes void. That's one. Now that later bit, I feel like Ava would have to answer more appropriately, but yeah, basically, you need a license to call yourself what he called himself. He's not a licensed engineer. Yes, I wouldn't call him an engineer, period, at this point. Later, the video creator does not make your strawman point. The video creator, in fact, states that Mutahar only started claiming to be a day trader around 2020. He says this at 109.13, and you even loop back to hear him say it again. He never framed Muta as having always been a day trader, like you said. Again, that's a point for Ava. I don't recall that. The timeline as I understood it is 2020 is when he starts becoming a day trader. He's not always been a day trader. It's just a natural progression line for him. 112. If you know anything about day trading, 1, you're not going to have 80 to 85 success rate, which I probably could agree with that. 2, you're not going to have a full-time job at the same. You're not going to have a full-time job at the same time. It's pretty easy. It's not pretty easy to balance both. I'll be charitable and assume that you were agreeing with Akko and meant that he could have transitioned from one to the other, but didn't mean he could be both. Again, that's for Ava, not me. And then again, at 112, use this logic with any protected title. If you stop being a police officer, you can't just call yourself a police officer. This is true. You can say former police. I feel like there's degrees to it. For lawyer, if you're not a lawyer, if you're not an attorney anymore, you can still call yourself a lawyer. But if you stop doing police work, you can't necessarily call yourself a police officer because people assume that you're active, which, yeah, I think it depends on specific stuff. If you call yourself an engineer, I would probably say if you're no longer licensed, yeah, you probably shouldn't call yourself one. You could say, I used to work as an engineer, but then, or I don't know. I don't know. I think the overall point that I want to make is that Mutahar is stupid in how he decided to phrase it. I agree pretty much with this comment here. After I read it, I felt like it did a pretty good job of making those points. Ex-cop, ex-SWAT. Yeah, that's a good way to say it. I, again, just didn't really like the video that much or really how it went about it, but that's just me. That's just me. I'm allowed to say that. People can think I'm stupid if they want. Some people have, and I don't care. I think at the end of the day, the overarching point is Mutahar's not an engineer. I agree. I agree. I think for me, what would have maybe made the video better is if he actually showed, I looked up Mutahar's credentials because I have his name. Again, if Mutahar's name is out there, it shouldn't be very hard to just say, I looked up his credentials, show a censored screenshot of you looking up those credentials, and then say, his name is not shown up in any system. But maybe that's an issue. Maybe that would have been an issue for YouTube. I have no fucking idea. The point I'm trying to make is, commenter is correct, and I apologize if I got it wrong. I got no other excuse other than just, yeah, I think I was wrong about that, but it's okay. Shotguns have safeties. Yes. It depends. I feel like not all of them do. Anyway, there's been quite a lot in the world of Mutahar ever since this video came out. He himself has done a video. There was a Harmful Opinions video that we didn't watch where allegedly Harmful Opinions alleged that he was in a gay relationship. That has been fully retracted. I was thinking about watching the Harmful Opinions video. We're not going to do that. All Harmful Opinions says in his update video is that he's no longer going to talk about Mutahar. He sounds extremely remorseful about it, so I'll say, hey, that's good that he's remorseful about it. The one problem I have with Harmful Opinions is on Twitter, he kind of implied that he reported Muta to somebody. He didn't say what. All he said is he reported Mutahar. And I and a couple other individuals kind of got the idea that if he's saying he reported Mutahar, the impression that some people got, myself included, was that he called some form of police and reported Mutahar to the police. And I think that's kind of gay and dumb, but that's kind of what people thought. And so Mizu actually called him out on that, saying, did you actually report him to the police? And the guy's like, no, I didn't report him to the police. I reported him to the regulatory body. Are you crazy? And it's just like, okay, saying I reported Mutahar to the regulatory body of Ontario that regulates this kind of thing. Okay, that's a little bit less crazy than just I went to the police and reported Mutahar to the police, in my personal opinion. I feel like that's something that should have been stated. Oh, I reported him to the engineers board. Okay. That's fine. I would say that I still say that reporting people is kind of dumb, especially on the internet. I just don't. I don't know. If there's a real crime being committed, do it. If you seriously have a concern that they are a danger to other people. This is one of those things where it's just bro, I don't care. In my personal, I don't know. I just think that's dumb. And the fact that he didn't specify it made it kind of sound like he reported Mutahar to the police, where it's just bro, you sound fucking dumb. That's just me, though. I don't know. Again, I don't care. And I think people that report things to the police, especially on the internet, is kind of dumb because you're wasting internet resources, again, for something that is yeah, it's technically a crime, but you really have to weigh whether or not it's worth getting the police or in general these kinds of people to waste resources specifically because you decided to report this kind of thing. And it's just is it worth it at the end of the day? A crime was committed, Muta dishonored his family, and the sub. Okay. I got nothing for that. Chat. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know. I just thought that was dumb and gay. Would he report someone for jaywalking? I don't know. Again, it's just one of those things where, dude, I'm not one of those, oh, don't be a narc. I am one of those people who's just are you really telling me you're wasting people's time over a fucking Indian on the internet that said he's an engineer? Like, is that really what you're doing? Do you really feel like that's how you should spend your time? And if the answer is yes, then like, okay, you just sound like the words I would use. I would use, but I can't use. But it's just like you sound really fucking stupid, in my personal opinion. You know, that's just me though. That's just me though. I don't know. Dishonor on you, dishonor on your cow. Exactly. You dishonor your cow by doing it. But anyway, Mutahar has responded, by the way. Muta responded to the accusations that he is not an engineer. And like last time when he had a controversy, chat, he did not make a dedicated video for this. He put it in a video about something else. He would put it in a fucking video where he's talking about internet censorship. And I knew this would probably happen. I don't think I ever voiced my opinion on this, but I knew that he would probably like voice his reply to this on a video that has nothing to do with the topic. So Mutahar made a video about internet censorship. I think it was internet. Yeah, it's internet censorship and VPNs. And in this video, around like the 2-minute mark, he decides to make a comment because he's like, oh, I've been in some controversy. I might as well comment on it. And then he gives his comment on it. So we're going to watch that. We're going to go through that specific clip itself. We're not going to watch the entire video because the entire video, again, is about internet censorship. And it's just like, I don't care about his opinion on internet censorship because, you know, who fucking cares? I've heard enough people's opinions on internet censorship, so I don't really care about his. So we're gonna just go ahead and pop it open here. And like I said, I do have Minecraft in the background. Before we hop over to the pirate slot, well, yeah, I don't want to like get too distracted, but I do have Minecraft going on in the background. For those curious, I am running like a vanilla plus kind of like thing. I decided that I wanted some mods that really are just like balancing or like quality of life shit. I added some things that I feel like matter to me, like being able to have spawner control easier. I added a backpack, although I might remove it. I don't know. I added a pottery mod because I actually like pretty things. I added mostly cosmetic things that wouldn't really change the vanilla experience too much. I did add waystones, though, because waystones are kind of a cool thing, and I feel like that's something that should be in vanilla. Obviously, I added minimap because I need minimap. Stacked blocks so I could hold on to blocks a little bit better, and because now that leads are easier to get, this is something that I felt okay with getting. What else did I add? Mining spawners with silk touch. I felt like that was that's something that I've always wanted in the game, so I added that to the game as well. Mob heads for more mob heads because I like trophies. Kiwi. So this is kind of a random one. It's kind of a little random one. I like kiwi birds. They're kind of cute. I don't really like kiwi fruit, but I like kiwi birds. They're kind of silly. So now random kiwis will spawn all over my Minecraft world, mostly in forests. Yeah, mostly in forests, but little kiwis will spawn all over. So I'm thinking about making a kiwi farm. A little farm full of kiwis. And I'll give them silly names. I'll give them silly little names. And I'll get a wolf to watch over all of them. I also, again, a lot of the stuff that I added here is stuff that really doesn't add new items to the vanilla experience. And I don't know. I kind of like all of the mods I added here. I added, which one is this one right here? This one adds like utility tools. Are kiwis edible? If you kill the kiwi, it actually gives you a kiwi fruit. So I don't condone killing kiwis because they are cute little birds, but you do get a kiwi fruit if you destroy them. Just saying. Also tridents, because I like crafting tridents, because I like tridents. One of my favorite weapons in the game. Anyway, let's get on to this fucking Mutahar video. I believe I am right around the point where he starts talking about the thing, so we're just going to play the entire clip. It's like 2 or 3 minutes of him defending himself, basically. So we're going to go through this, and you guys can tell me what you think as we go through.
Much engineered, I would say, in their
we're gonna go
the entire world. Now, YouTube's pretty much engineered, I would say, in their mind...
By the way, I would like to confirm. Somebody said that he banned the word engineer in his comments. Maybe that's been lifted, but like people have been just throwing the engineer comments in this video. Like the top comment is he finally engineered a response video. So he has either he banned them and unbanned them, or they weren't banned and people were just being stupid. But engineer isn't something that you can put in his chat. Although I imagine if you push him too much, he'll probably ban you from his chat for just spamming a whole bunch of engineer jokes, if that makes sense. So I did want to say that because some people were saying, oh, you can't say engineer in his chat. No, you can. You can.
It seems a pretty foolproof way of isolating kitties from adults. Now, I use the E word over there, and I want to just start talking a little bit. I know there's been some drama, and I want to kind of address things here.
I also didn't notice this the first time. I do think it's funny. It's a bit low. Okay, hold on. I'll turn it up. I just noticed, by the way, he is using the engineer. I didn't actually notice that the first time. That is kind of funny. I feel like he is trying to make a bit of a joke out of it, but I feel like that rumor's been engineered. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That's very cringy of you, chat.
Over there, and I want to just start talking a little bit. I know there's been some drama. And
is that loud enough, chat? Can you hear that? Please let me know if that's loud enough. Thank you for the 5.
Lilbert Tarian discovered mom has milkers and gave $5. If you kill a kiwi on Akko's server, you will get -10 mama loves you points. When you hit 0 points, you will forever be hated by Akko.
Well, I don't think I would say that. I'm not like, listen, I care about all of God's creatures. If I need to eat one of God's creatures, I know he'll forgive me. Although I don't really see a reason to kill kiwis. Granted, this is not in Minecraft server. This is a personal world of mine. Nobody is able to join this. And I'm kind of happy about that because I like where I've spawned. I like the world where I am. Granted, it's kind of far. Some of the stuff that, some of my essential items I like working with are kind of far away. Like I had to go all the way over here just to get spruce trees. And spruce is my favorite tree in the game. So I had to go all the way over there for that. And I started like right here. I started in the middle of my least favorite tree, which is a spruce forest. But yeah, I am very happy with this world so far. And the reason why is this little area right here. Like, it's kind of dark right now, but this is a big bowl kind of like area. And I am just going to build a town in here. All right, I'm going to build a town in here. It's going to be nice. I think I'm going to put a castle here. There's not really much of a ocean front, but I think I'll put like a dock area here. I was thinking about putting a farm here because one of the first things I need to do if I want to build a city is I need wool, which means I need to build a farm with the sheep. Fucking words tonight. I need to put a place for the sheep. So I think I'm going to build a farm somewhere over here, and I'm just going to start working on a town, and I like this water here. I'm going to build an underwater duct, and I think I'm going to build a big tunnel that goes through here to this village right here so I can kidnap villagers, and then I can trade with them. I was actually really lucky to have 2 villages over here. I also really like the cherry groves, and then there's also pale gardens, and I like the pale garden because pale gardens are full of the creaking, which are cool mobs, and I like I don't know. I like this world that I genned in. I'm sad that I lost my old one, but you know what? 5 seconds later, I felt like this was a cool world, and I didn't seed hunt for this, which I normally do when I want to start something. So I'm really happy with this world that's out here. And by the way, if you guys are interested. Oh, it won't actually show it. Hold on. Let me copy that. If you guys want to play this world yourself in the newest version of Minecraft, there you go. There you go. There's the seed if you want to play it and you want to do stuff with me. And like I said, I do have like some vanilla tweaks to this that I am enjoying right now. Got to move that gear up. Yes, there is actually a mod I installed that makes your, and one of the reason I did get it is for this. There's a mod that makes all your armor invisible so you can see your skin, and I will be taking advantage of that with so that I can actually like have invisible armor. Just waiting for the creeper to show up. Well, thankfully, if I pause the game, it's frozen, unlike in a server. So, anyway, let's continue.
I'm going to kind of address things here really quickly. So obviously,
By the way, we're watching a Mutahar video.
I have been calling myself a engineer, in some cases a programmer, a cybersecurity engineer, whatever you can call it. And, you know, I apparently...
You can hear him in the background, like, clapping his hands. He does that a lot. Whenever he wants to make a point, he's very emoting with his hands. That's not really, like, a thing for or against him. I just thought that was interesting, where he just, like, claps his hands all the time. It's kind of interesting. I don't know.
I have also been a dropout, which I don't hide.
So he does admit, technically, he has admitted before, he is a dropout. He is not actually a graduate from college. And so, bam, already, he's not an engineer. He is not an engineer. Thank you for admitting that, Mutahar.
Now, obviously, me being a dropout, I don't have a degree, so I'm not a certified or licensed engineer. Now, I made a lot of videos in the past where I've taught you guys about computer safety, cybersecurity, a lot of this stuff, and I think that content stands up on its own. And I believe...
Immediately, right afterwards, he's going to say, I'm not an engineer. Excuse me. And even though he didn't say but, even though I'm not an engineer, I've still made a buttload of content over the years that I feel like contributes to me actually having, actually being in that field. He's basically saying... yes, I'm not an engineer, but I've done so much good work in the past already, I might as well be an engineer. And that's like me saying, oh yeah, I've taken some courses. I've learned a lot about being a psychologist, you know. If I just came out in my Cinder video and told guys, I don't have a degree, but I consider myself a psychologist because of all the work I've done studying lolcows and actually like studying human emotions and shit. So I think I'm a psychologist, chat. That's not how that, by the way, that's not how that works, all right? I am not a psychologist just because I laugh at retards on the internet, and Mutahar is not a engineer. He can definitely say that he has a lot of self-taught, he self-taught himself to do quite a lot of things, because I do believe that. I do believe that Mutahar has self-taught himself to do a lot of the things that he has done, probably from watching other people, probably from his own self-discovery. And from what I've heard, he is pretty decent when it comes to actually being a Linux user, which, I'm not going to understate that, because if you know how to use Linux, I'd say that you're probably a step above most normal human beings. Although even now, that's becoming less and less because everybody's getting into it. But, that's whatever. It's kind of besides the point. But so I won't take away from him that he is smart in different ways, but he still lied. So you're not a real life octopus? I got no comment for that one. I sadly have no comment for that one.
It actually can be used, and people have learned from it. And I think that's great. Now, if you feel offended, if you feel wronged that
Oh my god, she's got milkers!
Overture Saint discovered Mom has milkers and gave $5.
Thank you for the 5.
As a member of the UP's Merchants Guild under the Greater Table, we need to engineer better engineering hours for engineered holidays.
That's good, I think. I appreciate that. Man, I appreciate that. I completely just forgot my point. So I'm going to bop it, reverse this video by 20 seconds, and we're going to listen to it again. Because I had a point, and then it just disappeared. So we're going to listen to it again.
So I'm not a certified or licensed engineer. Now, I made a lot of videos in the past where I've taught you guys about computer safety, cybersecurity, a lot of this stuff, and I think that content stands up on its own. And I believe it actually can be used, and people have learned from it.
Right, okay, I see what he's saying. Okay, never mind. Okay, so what he is saying here is essentially all the content I taught you guys can be used. And I would say some of his stuff has probably been interesting. I really couldn't tell you off the top of my head what I've actually learned from some ordinary gamers, me Mutahar. I think in more recent times I've learned that he's quite a baby and that he really doesn't know what he's doing with a lot of this stuff, and he doesn't know how to navigate drama well. I definitely learned that from him. I'm sure that like if I actually sat down and watched some of his old content, and here's what, by the way, here's one of the problems I noticed, not just with him, but a lot of content creators in general. Like if you make a video every single day and your video title is, what is the title of this one? It's been a wild week. I have no way to go back on your content and actually say, oh yeah, I remember that one. That was a banger. That taught me this. Or, oh yeah, that was a banger. They were talking about this and this and this. So that's a problem I kind of have with Mutahar, and it's not just exclusive to him, where he really doesn't make a lot of what he made. Like a lot of his content isn't replayable. Rewatchable is probably a better term. Because if there was something where I'm like, oh yeah, that was a nice thing to learn from him, I can't go back later and actually like do something with that, or I can't like easily go find it. Like if I say, oh man, there's this one video by Mutahar where he teaches me this really interesting thing about emulation, because I'm all about emulation right now, but I can't really do that because all of his videos have stupid ass names. So if I actually wanted to say, man, there's this really interesting trick Mutahar taught me about emulation that I want to show Temp, because Temp and I are doing emulation right now. I can't do that because he might have a video that talks about it. He might have some videos that just mention emulation, but like, unless I know the specific video, I might be searching for hours. And by that point, I'm not going to do it. I might go to somebody else. I'm sorry, Mutahar. Okay, chat, I'm not going to say that. Just like Thor, Muda says he grew up on 4chan. I really don't. By the way, if you have to use 4chan to kind of like give yourself pedigree, I feel like that just makes you sound more gay. My personal opinion. I really don't care that you grew up on 4chan. Lots of people grew up on 4chan. I didn't. I really didn't. I didn't have wider access to that kind of internet till I was like a late teenager. But I didn't. I don't know. If somebody has to come out and say, "Oh, I grew up on 4chan," okay, bud. That's how I know you were a fig, because the cool people on 4chan don't have to come out and say that they grew up. They just know that they were. They just knew, and only the special people. It's like being part of the Fight Club. You don't talk about your time there. Play the Mutahar emulation playlist. Does he actually have Does he have one of those? I didn't actually look at his playlist. If he has a playlist like that, I am felted, and I'll take that back. But I don't know. My point I'm trying to make is he does probably have some useful content that people can use, but the replayability of it is very limited unless you save it in a spot that like says that save this for later for X, Y, or Z. I don't know. That's my personal opinion. Also, really quickly, I just want to say it now since it's there. Sly, thank you for the $2. VOD Gang. Very much appreciated. If you are VOD Gang, make sure to leave a comment and tell me. Let's see. For VOD Gang today, if you are a regular commenter during the stream right now, you can't say this whatsoever. All right, I will time you out. Not really, but I will pretend that I am. But if you're a VOD Gang, tell me what you ate for lunch today, if you had lunch today. So, who would use 4chan as a badge of honor? Some people do. I think some people still do. Again, my personal opinion is if you have to use 4chan to like throw your weight around, I don't take you seriously, because I feel like people on 4chan don't like it when you do that, and I also don't feel like that's like a thing to use, if that makes sense. I just like saying Jamie. Fair enough. Oh well, God, I like Jamie too. Jamie's a cool name.
Grulgar discovered Mom has milkers and gave $5. I've learned more from Linus Tech Tips than Apu here.
So what's funny is I'm not the biggest fan of Linus Tech Tips, and Temp kind of like groans whenever I talk about it, because he's like, listen, I understand Linus is Canadian and he's a bit of a bitch sometimes. I don't think Temp has explicitly said that. But like there have been times where I'm just like, I don't like Linus. And now I'm noticing myself as I'm getting more into computer stuff, I am watching him a tiny bit more, not too much, but a tiny bit more, because sometimes when I'm working on the road, and because of my obsession with building computers and cool computers and shit. By the way, chat, just a side note, as a tangent, and by the way, it's probably going to be another 10 minutes before we get to this Mutahar video, but I have like been deeply invested in like making more computers. In my head, I'm like, shit, maybe I should open up like a computer building company where I build computers for people, because I legitimately like after I finished building my new computer, I was like, this is fun. I like this. I should do this more. And now I want to build a tiny computer, like an ITX computer. Because eventually I want to have like a travel PC, and not just like a laptop. I want to like have a tiny travel PC, if that makes sense. I need an LTT screwdriver set. I will not be getting one of those. Never. I have my own screwdriver set. I would much rather buy something else than an LTT one. Sorry. Yippee PC now half off. Yes. Well, I got my the design for my sticker for the White Supreme PC. Here, can I show that to you guys? Do you guys want to see the White Supreme PC sticker? Let me find that. Where is it? Oh, it's gonna show up wonky, is it? No, it'll show up just fine. All right. So I can't remember if this is the design I used or I used the black and white one. But if I haven't mentioned it, my PC is like almost completely white. By the time I get the new radiator or the new AIO, the only part that will be black in this PC is the graphics card, and then everything else is just like a white part. So I thought to myself, you know what? I could just call it the White Supreme PC and make a joke that it's all white but a little black on the inside. So I contacted somebody on VGen, and I asked them, I was like, can you make this sticker for me? It's a silly idea for my PC, and they said yes, and so they made it. And there were a couple other ideas that came with it, like there's this one that I thought was pretty neat. I liked it. This is the black and white one. I think I ordered a black and white one as the sticker. And then there's this one. I'm debating if I want to get this one as well and just slap it somewhere else on it, because I think it looks like it's a really cool looking design. I really like it. So reverse Oreo, something like that. There's more funny little jokes I can make about it, but we'll leave those in the waiting room for today. But yeah, so right now I'm waiting for the sticker to come. It'll be a transparent background, little vinyl sticker, and it's just gonna go on the little box that covers the not the battery, the power supply and the power supply cables. I'm just gonna slap it on the side of that, and then I'm gonna call it the White Supreme PC. White but a little black on the inside, so your PC is Keemstar. That's not the joke I was going for, but we'll say sure. Anyway, I'm in love with building computers now. I actually have a knack for it. I realized, because like when I first built a PC, it was my stream PC, and when I was so terrified, because when you look at a motherboard for the first time, you get terrified that, like, here, since I'm not actually playing the video, I'm gonna put some music on. When you look at a PC motherboard for the first time, you start to wonder to yourself, oh gosh, where am I going to plug everything? I don't know if that's just me, but like I look at all of the pins and I look at all of the ports, and there is an instruction manual for a lot of them, but for some it's just like, oh dear sweet baby Jesus, where am I supposed to put all this stuff? But after you build one or two of them, you start to realize that every single case labels their audio cable, the USB cable, because there's USB cables for the USB imports. There's the button for the on switch that has to plug into there, and like there are dedicated spots for that. And pretty much everybody that builds everybody that makes motherboards, they follow pretty much the same suit, where there's always they're gonna label what stuff goes where. And so after the first PC, and I got the motherboard for this one, number one, the motherboard on this one is very beautiful. I don't normally call like inanimate objects sexy, because I think that's a little weird, but this motherboard is sexy as fuck. And I really like when I first got it, Temp was like, don't screw it into the case until you get everything else. And I was like, dude, this thing is nice. It is sleek and solid and clean. So I really like it. And so, and it also came with like a gigantic fucking chunk of metal for the M.2 drive. And we figured that was like very necessary, because like originally I was like, do I need to keep this here? I mean, I was going to anyway, but I was like, is this necessary? And we found out that since my my boot drive is one of the it was like tier 5 speeds, that it actually does need more active cooling, because I guess M2 drives can get hot. I didn't actually know this. There's a lot of stuff that you discover about a computer and where heat comes from. But I guess M2 drives can get very hot the faster they go. And so the heat sink from the giant hunk of metal that's just sitting on top of it is actually like extremely necessary and good. But yeah, like the more I learned about computers, the more I get very autistic about it. And in my head, I'm already like, okay, my next project is a NAS system. For those who don't know, a NAS system is deep storage, essentially. Like, I have room for a lot of my HHDs. Like, my HHDs that came out of my first computer, they went into my streaming PC. And that's where they're going to sit for now. They transitioned? Yes. I want to make so many sex jokes. Dude, I have been making my own funny little sex jokes with computers. It's really funny. None of them I'm going to repeat now because I forgot them and they're not going to land and they're just going to sound cringy. But anyway, my next project is building a NAS system. I already kind of know what I want to do. I want to get like an ITX computer that its only job is just going to be for either deep storage or a portable computer that I can carry around if I travel, basically. But I'm also planning to get this little NAS like system where it holds hard drives, and I'm gonna just use that to store all my videos on them. So, and that's the plan. So I'm gonna get like a couple terabytes worth of HHDs, and I'm just gonna start downloading all of my old streams and videos, and I'm gonna keep them stored because I want to. They're memories to me. So. Whew. So, maybe I'm a computer engineer. No, I'm just kidding. But I like building computers. It's actually like an active hobby of mine now. A very expensive one. A very, very, very expensive hobby, building computers. But I thought about it and I was like, you know what? If ever somebody wants me to build them a computer, I'll do it. I'll do it. They'll have to supply the parts, obviously, or pay me to buy the parts, and then I'll buy the parts, build it, give it Windows, and then send it to them. Akko wants a little NAS for their Supreme PC. Oh my gosh. Anyway, I don't even know what started that conversation. I genuinely don't. I was talking about Linus Tech Tips. All I will say is I have been watching more computer-based stuff. None of it comes from Mutahar because Mutahar is not, like, in my personal opinion, the best guy to go to for a lot of this stuff. I'm sure that he probably was for some things, but when it comes to talking about computer-based shit, my first source is my friend Temp, and for Temp, he's probably not going to go to Mutahar. I'm going to be real with you. So, hope your local micro center is not too far. I don't have a micro center, sadly. So, I don't have a micro center. Anyway, let's continue on this right here because I'm sure that's what people want. Honorary computer engineer? No, I'm just a computer builder. I build computers, chat. I'm not an expert, but I'm an initiate, I guess you could say.
From it, and I think that's great. Now, if you feel offended, if you feel wrong
what am I doing?
that I called myself an engineer while not being a degree-holding engineer, then for that I do apologize. And
all right, he apologizes. He apologizes for not being a quote-unquote degree-holding engineer. Yes. I feel like that's him basically saying, I'm still an engineer, I just don't hold a degree. And, you know, if that's okay with you, all right. My personal opinion, if you're not a degree holder, you never, held a degree, probably shouldn't call yourself an engineer. That's a title that sounds like people in your country get very fucking uppity about. So I wouldn't call myself one if I was you. But, you do whatever you want. You just keep sounding retarded about it. Because, yeah, Mutahar the more and more I listen to Mutahar talk about shit, the more I realize he's, some people call habitual liar. I just think he's stupid. My opinion is just Mutahar's stupid. He's retarded. Probably not autistic, but just extremely stupid.
Thank you, user, for the follow.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. What I do is upgrade my brother's gaming rig and take the leftovers to upgrade my stuff because I don't need the latest and greatest. Yeah, I mean, you don't. Here's what's funny. My computer is got such new stuff, I will have to wait a long time before upgrading it. The next thing that would have to get upgraded is the graphics card, but it is a 40 Super Series card, so it should be 4 or 5 years before that thing needs to be upgraded. And even then, God only knows how cards are going to evolve over the next couple of years because cards right now are kind of devolving backwards, at least with the NVIDIA. So I really don't know if cards are going to be upgraded to the point where like I don't know what games I'm going to be playing in 5 or 10 years that would require me to get a 7,000 series or 8,000 series card if such a thing ever did exist. But what kind of engineer is he? That's the question, chat. I don't know. So like in my head it's just like, will I need to eventually get a better graphics card?
Okay.
Oh, geez, thank you.
Rule Garson $5 for more hats. Calling him an engineer is like calling a chiropractor a doctor.
This is true. This is true. And I would never consider chiropractor a doctor. And I think most chiropractors aren't calling themselves. In fact, I think some chiropractors say they can't call themselves doctors because it's not true. And I think technically it is illegal because they are not chiropractor or not. Excuse me. They are chiropractors. They're not doctors, if that makes sense. Hello.
Hi.
So we have not gone all the way through the Mutahar response. We're at the part where he's...
No, I heard just the part where he quote-unquote apologized.
Yeah.
I've been lurking.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Creature. Yes, it is the creature chat. But I'm basically talking about how I kind of went on the point where Mutahar really hasn't really helped me, because I did listen to a lot of his content over the years, some of it Linux, some of it the deep web browsing, and in my head I'm like, the problem I have with Mutahar is none of his content is easily rewatchable, because all of his videos are named some weird amalgamation, and so his content doesn't like it. I don't know, maybe you agree or disagree on it, but I've just never really found a lot of his content to like be massively like, oh, I can go back and rewatch this episode of Mutahar stuff because this is interesting. It just feels like more one and done
not.
kind of content.
I would say maybe one or two out of every like 10 videos I find mildly interesting, but not necessarily useful.
Yeah. No, I agree. And that's the problem I have. It's just like, yeah, Mutahar, some of your content probably has helped me and maybe some other people in the past, but like for the most part, none of it's really memorable. Again, the deep web browsing, I'll give him that. That stuff was kind of interesting when he did it. He stopped doing it, and I feel like that kind of like took away from a lot of what made him interesting.
That stuff was interesting enough that I like downloaded a Tor browser and did it myself in a VM, because that's all his rule. I mean, he's sating somebody's curiosity, but it's even more frustrating if you're actually curious and your hands are not on the wheel. So he's your guide. That's kind of annoying.
Yeah. Hello, Magma.
Hello.
Welcome, welcome. Since we've got the little fox here, what is your thoughts on the topic of tonight? I don't know what point you decided to start listening.
Well, in my opinion, he knows the stuff about computers to where he can... he was confident enough to say he's an engineer. I wouldn't... But after it came out that he doesn't actually have an engineering degree, I wouldn't say that he's an engineer. I'd say that he's very tech-savvy in his field.
I wouldn't even say that... I wouldn't even say that he was like...
There was a lot of engineers back in the day, 1945, Project Manhattan shit. Those people didn't necessarily have degrees, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not bringing it on the same thing, but this is like this institution, oh God, excuse me, let me reset my brain. Okay, I can't say that word. It's the like...
institutionalized?
Yeah, it's the same thing that happened to law. It used to be all 50 states. You could become an attorney by studying for the bar, doing reading of the law, taking a competency exam, and then going for the bar. Every state used to do that. Now, only 3. Why? Because of law schools. So while I don't necessarily like equate, oh, you have to have a degree to be an engineer, I think it is very telling that he found that this information was enough for him to make this quote-unquote confession. Because that means that he believes on some level that he doesn't have the credentials. Whether or not he's trying to front and go, well, I'm a self-made engineer, School of Hard Knocks, doesn't really matter. The fact that you even made this video and responded to what I still think was a pretty lackluster video, quote-unquote, exposing him, it's like, dude, yeah, your guilt is written all over your face and your channel.
Well, I agree, and I think the thing that's funny is a lot of people said, "Oh, he has to respond." In my head, it's just like I don't really feel like he has to. The law of the internet really just is if you ignore something long enough, unless it's like the Epstein files, you really don't have to care after too long. Most people will just forget and move on.
And what was crazy too is he's a daily uploader, and he as soon as that video dropped, he didn't do anything for a week. That in of itself is also telling, because if he had just continued business as usual, covering the news, doing whatever it is he does, I doubt much would have happened.
Mhm.
But he felt the need to, one, stop making content for a week, and then the first thing he does, he includes a response to it. Nick Andros has like 10K subs. He really didn't need to respond to this.
I think the only reason why he did is because he saw a lot of people that he probably respected say, you should probably respond to this. I don't know. The problem I have with Mutahar is over the last year, he's just been responding more and more and more to shit when, in my personal opinion, there's no good reason for him to do so. Because
he's pretty much getting one guide all the time.
Yes.
Yep.
It's like kind of what I said. It's what I told to Cameron before I stopped telling Cameron to stop. Because I told Cameron, I was like, listen, man, you don't have to say anything.
He said Reddit wanted him to respond. Are you shitting me? He's still listening to Reddit?
Okay.
After the Nux debacle?
Why?
What I told Cameron is, Cameron, you need to stop listening to people. You need to stop talking to people. You need to stop going on these shows or talking to people. Because the reason why you are getting so much flack is because you're choosing to respond. A lot of the people that are talking about you do not have the pulling clout to actually like tear you down from the internet. And so you just should not respond. And like, that's what I will tell Muta is just like, you know, I mean, like, I don't doubt some of the people that are screaming the loudest about Muta probably have a decent pull and could probably sway some of his audience. Probably. But, like, I feel the overarching thing is just like, bro, you don't need to respond. Most of these people, in the grand scheme of things, will never get to the size you do, amount to the size you do. And if you're not committing a crime, which I guess technically Mutahar was committing a crime, like, who cares?
Hey, well, I still find that to be easily challenged.
You think so?
Because there's only 3 or 4 types of protected titles, is what they're called, which is like mechanical engineer or civil engineer or like biomechanical or like whatever the fuck. But like stuff that like we build cities, we plan cities, we have like authority in what we say. That is a protected title. Being a computer engineer or an electronic engineer, these are not protected titles technically.
Well, are they protected
So,
titles
again,
in Canada?
In Canada.
Okay.
Yes, in Canada, again, there's only certain types of engineers that are actually protected title in both Canada, the UK, and the United States. Because there are protected titles in the United States too. You can't call yourself a lawyer and practice law if you're not actually a lawyer. You know, that kind of basic thing. But again, okay, say it's illegal or some kind of weird Canadian law, whatever the fuck. The fact that somebody who does not live in Canada, I don't think Harmful Opinions lives in Canada, decided, found this information, and then reported him. One, he implied it that he reported Mutahar to the authorities.
He did,
then
yes.
He walked back that statement and said he reported him to the engineering board, whatever that is. Again, the fact that people online are reporting Mutahar to engineering boards, reporting Ethan Klein to CPS, this is just beyond disgusting and vile. Know your lane, stick to it.
I will say, when it came to Ethan Klein, I feel like, unfortunately, he gave people that ammo. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just saying Ethan Klein needs to shut his face sometimes.
Yeah, well, look, I'm a lawyer. Most of my advice is shut the fuck up. But again, does not excuse a person online going, yeah, I should meddle in this person that I just know through a screen and what they show me on video, because that's a fucking smart thing.
Oh, no, obviously not. I'm just saying, like, Ethan Klein has put himself in a lot of situations that I feel like he would not be in if he had just, like, not opened his mouth for the most part. And I feel like that's going to get him, and by extension, other people in trouble later as this lawsuit of his progresses. I don't know. That's my personal opinion.
I think his loss is pretty much in the bag.
You think so? You think so?
It's not guaranteed. No lawsuit is, but I mean, yeah, those 3 lawsuits are pretty fucking. They're pretty much a slam dunk.
Okay.
To the point where I'm fairly certain that Denims, Keseytron, and Frogan, if they had any sense or their lawyers had any sense, they would settle.
Fair enough. We actually just talked about that recently, just to make a tangent, chat. My apologies. He did recently. So what was it? Frogan. She came to the deadline to where if she did not answer, it would he would have the ability to enter into a default judgment. And everybody was saying on YouTube, "Oh my gosh, she's so fucked. She's so over." And when I saw everybody do that, I was like, "Guys, you guys are being a little stupid and just like putting the horse before. What was it like? Putting the horse before I don't know what that. I can't remember that saying off the top of my head. I'm kind of stupid in that way. But like everybody was just saying, "Oh my gosh, she's so fucked. She's so done. She's so over." And I'm like, no, she's really not, because she can file for an extension. Number one, she can tell the courts, "I need an extension," and 9 times out of 10, they will give it to her.
No. She can tell Ethan that she would like an extension, and any response at all would just equal, boom, you don't get default judgment. But what she was risking, and she literally waited until the last day before her lawyer actually contacted Ethan and then got an extension through agreement through the plaintiff, which is really the only way you can get an extension to responding to a complaint like this. It's not like a criminal charge where like, yeah, you can get a continuance or an extension. Like, we need more time to do whatever, you know. The judge will grant that in a criminal case, but very often you can't just go to the judge, not talk to Ethan at all, and go, "I want an extension."
Okay.
The judge would be like, "No, fucking talk to your other counsel. I'm sorry, you have to fucking communicate with the other side here."
Never mind then.
So,
I'm
yeah,
wrong about that.
Only because Ethan was extremely generous.
Yeah, fuck.
He decided to give Frogan and Frogan's counsel a 60-day extension, which he did not need to.
That is a pretty long extension. But even regardless, I talked about this with you, Ava. Doesn't she get like 7 days to be late before it can be entered into a default judgment?
So what would happen is there's 2 different ways of service. You have direct service or indirect service. Direct service is the papers and the summons was handed directly to you. You got it, boom, okay, you have to respond in 30 days. Indirect service is for if any reason the summons did not get to you, California would typically give you a grace period of 10 days, giving you a total of 40 days to respond. But again, that's only another extra week and a half.
Right.
It's not much in terms of like courts and stuff. With how slowly they move, especially. So really, I mean, I feel like the pressure was on for Frogan. I honestly, again, this is a rat tinfoil hat theory, speculation, whatever. But I honestly think Frogan was going to try and ignore this and let it go away until people started reporting on it. Like Andrew with Legal Mindset, like myself, like Mizu, like you even. Like we started, hey, this deadline's coming up. You have to do this. What else is all this money that you've been donated for? This is supposed to go to your legal defense, of which you have not shown us you have any.
Mm-hmm.
And she waited until the last day of that fucking deadline, which is just, come on.
Yeah. No, it's
Ethan
one of those.
threw her a bone this time, but like, Ethan Klein, please do not fucking let these people walk over you. You came in, you kicked down the door, you wanted to kick asses and chew bubblegum. You were all out of bubblegum. Well, fucking stick to it. Don't go, okay, well, it'd be nice this time. Because 2 months is so long for us to wait for a response from fucking Frogan.
Someone threw a salad. Chat. Come on now, that's mean. It's funny, but it's mean. But no, yeah, I agree.
Someone threw a salad at Frogan.
That's mean, chat. That's mean. You guys are mean. It's funny, but it's mean. Anyway. So yeah, like I don't even remember how I got to see this. This is the problem, chat. I'm talking on a point. I forgot how I got on the point. But yeah, Frogan has got more time.
We were talking about because people reporting people they see online to any real life authoritative figure, and Ethan Klein being reported to CPS.
Yes.
Kind of like linked that, but Mutahar being reported by Harmful Opinions to this engineering board, which I honestly I don't think either happened. I think harmful opinion, put his foot in his mouth, tried to fucking act hard, and he got backlash hard.
Yep.
Because it's disgusting to go... It's no longer internet drama when you fucking bring real-life authoritative bodies into it.
No, I agree. I thought that was kind of dumb. And again, my comment earlier was just like, listen, if somebody's committing an actual crime, if somebody's actually getting harmed because of this, yeah, you could probably go to the police. But like this, Mutahar's being like a try-hard. Like seriously, if the cops, it's like when the trolls, back when Chris Chan was like prominent with the trolls. It's like when the trolls reported him to like he lives in a hoarder house basically, and they reported him to Health and Human Services, I think it was, because they wanted him to get kicked out.
Devastator send $5 for
Yes.
more hats. Good save Elf.
Yes. And it's just like trolls reported him to Health and Human Services for the condition of their house. And they came out and said, we really don't give a shit about what he does in his house. His house is his thing. And so it's just like most of the time, if you call the police and say all of this shit, they don't care unless a real crime is being committed or some actual egregious thing happens. So you're just wasting their time.
One, they will care, especially if you're doing false reporting, because people have to remember, false reporting is against the law, especially on the federal level. You can be fined upwards of $5,000 and up to a year in prison. Do not do it.
Yes, that's the different kind of
might
caring.
Not be charged or pursued very often. You could end up getting a person taking a false report on an off day, or maybe the DA decides they want to make an example of you, or whatever the fuck. The fact of the matter is, even though it's rarely charged, do not give them a reason to charge you. One that's backed up by the law, and then, oh shit, now I'm spending a year in prison because I thought I wanted to be a badass online.
Yeah, pretty much. The only time...
It's not worth it.
There's very few times I would call the police. Greene County Health Department? Oh, yeah.
There's a few times in which I would.
But, like, for Mutahar,
again,
no, I don't think so.
No, not for Mutahar, not even for Ethan Klein. Again, family lawyer here. Regardless of what he said, that counts as illegal actions, whatever the people who reported what happened there. And again, like, you have to... Honestly, you'd have to understand the laws well enough to, like, look at the video and go, okay, this is what I recognize as wrong, and then file the report as a question. Is this illegal or is it not? Because then you're giving yourself a little bit of benefit of the doubt in that you're concerned, but you're not outright reporting illegal activity, right?
Yeah.
Because then, okay, well then they can set you straight and stuff, and then boom, it's done. And you're not putting them on edge, making it seem like, oh no, laws have been violated. No, it's a question now. It's not as high stakes.
Reminds me of like a time where a troll, like, he was being told by somebody who was trolling that he was breaking the law. And the troll, like, called the police, and he was like, hey, I wanted to ask, is this a crime in your area? Did I commit a crime? And they're like, no, this isn't a crime. He's like, okay, I'm being told I am, but since you're telling me it's not a crime, thank you, I appreciate it. Now, I still don't think you should necessarily do it that way. I think that, like, if you actually are...
That's actually kind of hilarious.
It is.
Because, again, the cops are not the knowers of the law. If you want to suck in... Is you really want to, hey, I'm doing this in this area. Is this a crime? Call a fucking lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's literally what a lawyer is for. You can't call the cops because they're not going to tell you if something is illegal or not. Even if you self-report, they'll say, nah, keep doing it, it's fine. And then they show up at your door. Okay, so do not fucking call the cops and ask them about the law. They know very little about it.
And even then, they'll probably, like...
Which is kind of sad. But that's the reality of our life right now.
It is. That is really sad, actually. Oh, goodness. Anyway, let's continue here because we're almost done with this clip here where we get to kind of the end of where Mutahar is talking about this.
And I will denigrate myself to, I guess, programmer or a fat Indian guy that knows a bit about computers. That's...
I do like these, like, I guess I'll denigrate myself for you guys. And it's obvious that he's like, oh, I'm kind of upset that I have to do this. And he's trying to make himself sound like a victim.
He definitely is.
He's like, oh, I guess these guys are forcing me to denigrate myself. Gosh, I can't believe that. It's really funny. He's like...
Is he pulling a boogie?
He might be. What's funny about that is he like railed against Boogie for like faking cancer.
Yeah, I remember.
Do you remember
Dude,
that?
He literally grilled him on stream, demanded him to, again, Boogie is horrible for what he did, but you cannot demand somebody under duress, which that situation very much was, for their fucking HIPAA-protected medical records. You maniac. You can't do that.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and it's just really fun. It's really funny because like the thing with Mutahar is 100% hypocrisy. Like he'll come out and be crazy, but then people will, or he'll call out crazy behavior, and then people will find out he's just as guilty, if not worse, sometimes.
Dude, half of his videos, he starts out, the bags are under his eyes are so dark, I'm pretty sure he spent some time in like the demon realm.
Possible. It's very, very possible. Always the group guy. Yes, chat.
That's what I'll leave it at. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Now, again, if you want to stick around, awesome. If you still feel wronged and this does not suffice for you, then I don't really give a fuck. Simple as that.
I mean, I kind of agree with that, though.
I agree too, but
Like,
it's one of those.
As much of a dick move as it is, it's just like, yeah, no, because if you're going to apologize on the internet, you have to understand that it's to a very specific section of your audience, not the people who just want to watch you burn. The people who would take your apology and double tap you like Shy Lily would against Cinder.
Yep, pretty much. It's one of those.
So you have to kind of make your stance clear. Hey, if this isn't enough for you, I'm not going to crucify myself for you. Fuck off.
No, yeah. It's one of those things where again, where it's just like, bro, I'm glad that you don't give a fuck. But like, if you didn't give a fuck, you probably just didn't need to say anything about it. You know what I mean? It's just like, why are you saying anything in the first place if you don't give a fuck?
That's also true. And which again, because he does give a fuck. That's the problem.
He does. No, 100% he does.
What he says is not what he feels.
Yeah, and that's why it's just like, no, you do kind of care, my man. Because if you didn't, you wouldn't even be making this video right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this video would not be here.
Yeah, it wouldn't be here. He wouldn't be saying anything. So he cares.
Now, again, that being said, if anything else comes out of this, you know, whether there be some legal stuff, then I'll just let lawyers handle it, and we'll call it at that. But that being said, I want to move forward, and that's
pretty much it. That's pretty much it for his apology. It was like 2 minutes of him saying, oh, yes, you guys found out I'm not actually an engineer. If you care, okay, bye. If not, don't really give a fuck. So, you know, we're back to just like, yep, fuck Mutahar. He's funny. He's worth laughing at. Kind of big deal. But yeah. So here's what's crazy is he made that video. Nick Andros went ahead and made a response to this because he did. And Nick Andros' response has also got a decent chunk of people watching it. So I figured that we would watch this as well, just because it fits with the timeline. And then after this, we've got the Turkey Tom video as well, if you guys want to stick around for that.
Oh. Only why I joined in.
I just want to hop in for a little bit, especially for Muda's response.
No, you're
I'm
good.
going to head out now, but thank you very much for having me for the time that you have. Ugh.
You're good. You're good. Have a good night.
All right, hasta luego, muchachos.
Bye-bye. Ignore this comment, just a comment to be not considered a bot. I thank you anyway, Simez. I appreciate that. Notice the facial features and how he speaks about this. Yeah, it does bother him. No, it does bother him. It does. He's going to pretend it doesn't. It does bother him. I think anybody that says that he isn't bothered by it, they're fucking lying or coping and sneating and all that kind of shit. Thomas the Turkey Engine? Yes, chat. So yeah, we'll go through this video here. We're going to go at 1.25 speed. And then we'll go to the Turkey Tom video.
Cantros, you may have seen my previous video. Mutahar's been a fake engineer for 10 years. The video's been way more successful than I ever expected. I assumed it would simmer in the background for a month before I released my big video, but it blew up instantly, and Mutahar has responded.
Again, I am deeply interested to see what his big video on Mutahar is, because he's saying that there's like more. There's like, what else do you have to say? I mean, like, if he makes like a comprehensive history of Mutahar, okay, that's cool, that's fine. I don't care about that. It just makes me like, what else has he got to say about this guy that he hasn't like outlined already? It's just kind of crazy. I mean, like, I'm here for it. When it comes out, I'll probably listen to it. I'll probably react to it. I'll give my opinion over it. I'm just like racking my brain over what about Mutahar needs to be said that already hasn't, if that doesn't make sense.
I
In the
understand.
video, I exposed Mutahar for giving inconsistent statements about his educational background and qualifications.
Fine.
Did he go to university for computer engineering or computer science? Did he drop out after a semester, or does he leave it open to leave his audience to conclude he graduated? Sometimes he'll talk about STEM degrees while claiming to be an engineer and therefore biased in favor of them, despite the fact that he has no such degree.
Is it bad if you don't get a STEM degree? Look, I'm gonna sound biased as fuck, but STEM degrees all the way. I'm gonna sound biased because, you know, as an engineer, like, you know, you want to get the degree that's gonna get you a job, you know, a good job. Not saying other degrees can't, but like, you gotta be smart.
If he wasn't trying to be deceptive, why didn't he say, I don't have a degree, but I'm still an engineer? By the way, it does seem to be the case that merely holding yourself out to the public as an engineer is a violation of the law in Ontario where Mutahar lives. As Professional Engineers Ontario, a self-regulatory body, not a random engineer labor union.
How goes it? Hello, Jazz. You want to jump in, Jazz, when we start talking about pirate software? You're more than welcome to.
Has fined a politician in 2016 for introducing himself as an engineer on television when he wasn't a licensed engineer. Do note that this person used to be a fully licensed engineer, degree-holding professional engineer, but because he was no longer licensed, he lost the right to call himself an engineer. There is no jail time for breaking this law, only a fine.
That is a good... Here's the thing. I wish he included that in his main video. Maybe he didn't have that comment. Maybe that's something that he was looking for. But, like, I wish he included, by the way, here's proof that you calling yourself an engineer in Ontario, or Ontario, excuse me, I don't call it Ontario. Fucking, here is what, like, here is the consequences. You know what I mean? This is what actually, like, gets you fucking hurt in Ontario if you call yourself this. He didn't include that. He just said it might be illegal. And that, in my opinion, opens the door for it to being an actual issue when, like, I don't know. I wish he included that. It is actually, like, if that was included, it would be a lot easier for me to be like, oh, okay, I can see this, I can see this. And maybe that's just me being autistic and stupid. But, you know, I am of the belief that, like, you should include a lot of good information on that. Now, maybe he just was planning on using that later. I don't know. That's just one of my complaints about it. Anyway.
If he refused to cease misusing this protected title. Despite admitting at points that he was a former engineer, that he was a dropout, Mutahar was introducing himself as an engineer as recently as June of 2025.
I feel like a doctor trying to explain like how fucking medical procedures work as an engineer, telling people that AI is like...
And at times, he leaned on these credentials to sound more authoritative. I also constructed a time...
Engineers in Canada are forced to wear an iron ring. Is that true? I don't know if you're pulling my leg or not. That's kind of cool if true. But that's interesting. I don't know.
Line which demonstrated that Mutahar has been a former engineer for a decade. He was getting a videography diploma, he worked as a video editor, but in 2019 he began calling himself not just an engineer, but a computer engineer. Note that he has never called himself a software engineer. A computer engineer isn't some Canadian English version of a software engineer. It's a much more hardware development focused engineering discipline, closer to electrical engineering. Mutahar does not display this kind of knowledge or skill in his content. It took him months to switch the batteries on his fucking smoke detector. He's been calling himself a computer engineer.
That would be funny if it's true.
It would be funny, but he's not black, so it's not that funny. Okay? It's not funny. All right? It's not that... It's funny, but it's not that funny. All right? All right?
Engineer for a decade because of computer work he did in high school. He claims to have done penetration testing, that he's a cybersecurity expert, that he does network security, and that he was coding bank applications. As a high schooler, he claimed he would have made a lot of money in these fields, but also that it was a dead-end job. Is there any proof that these jobs were ever real? Is there proof that his globe-trotting video engineer career was real?
Damn, Akko, come on, Jazz. You know what I'm talking about. And I'm not saying because of you. I'm just saying every single fucking time I listen to... All right, I can't.
Got caught up by
You know what I'm talking about, chat. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh.
What?
Even Amadeus is laughing.
Oh, is your cat hurting you?
Oh, he's meowing.
Oh. Sorry to hear that.
I don't know. According to further research by Harmful Opinions, Mutahar called his work blue-collar computer programming before he switched to calling it engineering in 2015, and that term stuck with him for 10 years, misleading millions of people into perceiving him as far more qualified and educated than he was. Others have pointed out that he used his credibility to smear Mama Max as having possessed child...
That's a point. I agree. That is a good point. Somebody left that in one of the comments, but yeah, that is a good fucking point. If you call yourself an engineer and then use that to kind of point out why somebody is problematic and may have broken the law, that's a big issue. And again, if Mama Max decides to take legal action against him, maybe he's got a reason to, maybe not. I don't know. Also, I didn't know you could change the direction of this. That's good to know, actually. That's really useful.
Sexual abuse material, bestiality, or animal abuse videos.
The video that you would have to be hashed by the FBI or any of these agencies as actual child porn. And it would...
No, it wouldn't. I don't know where he's saying this. He literally just read a Reddit post.
There was no proof of this. The only reason he was believed was because he was perceived to have these high credentials. Mutahar's initial response to my video was to ban the word engineer from his comments. When that...
Again, I don't know how you prove that. It is actually like something you can type in his comments now. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it used to be. But like I don't know. I don't know how you prove that. But
might have been in for a little bit, but if he can't prove it as it stands right now, I think that's a moot point.
I don't know.
That didn't succeed, he stopped uploading for a week and went quiet on social media.
So at this point, we're about like a week into not crapping, right?
He did private a video which Harmful Opinions covered in one of his videos,
No!
and he wiped an entire channel of podcasts he used to do with his friends, meaning that he was following this quite closely behind the scenes. Now he's back, he's made a 2-minute response buried 3 minutes into a random 32-minute video. Let's see it.
Now, YouTube's pretty much engineered, I would say, in their mind, it seems a pretty foolproof way of isolating kiddies from adults. Now, I use the E word over there, and I want to just start talking a little bit. I know there's been some drama, and I want to kind of address
bad segue, IMO.
So, obviously, I have been calling myself a engineer, in some cases a programmer, a cybersecurity engineer, whatever you can call it. And, I apparently have also been a dropout, which I don't hide. Now, obviously, me being a dropout, I don't have a degree, so I'm not a certified or licensed engineer. Now, I made a lot of videos in the past where I've taught you guys about computer safety, cybersecurity, a lot of this stuff, and I think that content stands up on its own. And I believe it actually can be used, and people have learned from it, and I think that's great. Now, if you feel offended, if you feel wronged that I called myself an engineer while not being a degree-holding engineer, then for that, I do apologize. And I will denigrate myself to, programmer or a fat Indian guy that knows a bit about computers. That's what I'll leave it at. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Now, again, if you want to stick around, awesome. If you still feel wronged and this does not suffice for you, then I don't really give a fuck. Simple as that. Now, again, that being said, if anything else comes out of this, whether there be some legal stuff, then I'll just let lawyers handle it, and we'll call it at that. But that being said, I want to move forward, and that's pretty much the engineered response that I had to give.
I ended my video in a pretty melodramatic phrase. The only power I have is the one you give me when you lie. That was my awkward, cringy attempt at conveying to Mutahar in a brief and concise manner that as long as he keeps lying, all he does is hurt himself. He had the choice of telling the truth, but once again, he's misled his audience about what happened. He is betting on them not knowing anything about the situation, and he's omitting massive amounts of context in an effort to mislead them. He's been, among other things, misappropriating a protected title for a decade to come across as more authoritative to his audience. He's been lying to them for 10 years.
Now, if you feel offended, if you feel wronged...
Every little thing, from the visuals to the word choices, is him dodging accountability and attempting to downplay it. Hey, look.
This is true. This is very true. What do you mean by apparently he was a self-admit? That is a good point. I didn't actually think about that. Why would you say, apparently I am a dropout, when he's like, well, apparently I'm a dropout, but I have admitted it. I feel like that's him trying to poke at the people that are saying, oh, you're a dropout. She's like, well, apparently I am. It's like, yeah, you are.
Something you want to, beat around the bush with. Either admit it or don't.
Yeah, I don't know. I that is a good point. It's like, why can't you just say, yeah, I mean, he did admit it, but by the same token, he's like just trying to use it as a point to poke back and saying, oh, people are saying this. Oh, you guys are alleging this funny thing about me. I don't know what you're saying. I've always said I'm a high school dropout. Yeah, I don't know.
College dropout.
Yeah, something like that. I can't either or. Could be both. Could be both, honestly.
You can't remember.
I can't remember.
Look, I'm in on the joke. Ha ha ha. Look at these videos where I'm looking at code and computer code looking things. I must be pretty advanced. Apparently I'm a dropout without any higher education that an engineer would have. I don't know why that's relevant. He claims he doesn't hide it, but this bitch has called himself an engineer like 70 times, while he's revealed himself to be a dropout like 5 times. Your audience doesn't see all of your content. If Mutahar believed that was true, he would be smart enough not to lie like this in the first place.
Now, I made a lot of videos in the past where I've taught you guys about computer safety, cybersecurity, a lot of this stuff, and I think that content stands up on its own. And I believe it actually can be used, and people have learned from it, and I think that's great.
Claiming that people have learned from his content is an incredibly low bar, and not something that was contested in the first place.
There's a bit of nuance. In Ontario, it's illegal to claim to be an engineer without a degree. You can claim to be a licensed engineer, but Muta admitted he is neither that too. Interesting. I didn't know that.
He says he's a licensed one, yeah.
Yeah, he's never really claimed that though.
If you like to use the brush tools in Photoshop, did you know that by holding down Alt and right-click, you can move your mouse to change the size and the hardness of your brush? Congratulations! Thousands of Photoshop users watching this video just rushed to open the software in order to try that trick. People have learned from this video, but I don't need to call myself a graphic design engineer or someone working in TV and film to woo an audience. If I made content that I believed stood up on its own, I wouldn't have to inflate my credentials. So this is a nonsense statement.
Me being a dropout, I don't have a degree, so I'm not a certified or licensed engineer.
His phrasing here implies he is still an engineer, just not a degree-holding engineer. What engineer are you then? After 10 years of bragging about it in public, making it our business, you should be able to tell us, where did this come from? What are your credentials? What work have you done? You believe in open source software, you call yourself a programmer. Where's your GitHub? What contributions have you made in the past 10 years? Then he tries to guilt trip people by saying he'll denigrate himself by calling himself just a programmer or a fat Indian who knows a bit about computers. He could have said that he was insecure in his youth and used the word engineer without knowing it was illegal to feel better about himself.
Yeah, but he's not going to do that. Everybody knows he's not going to do that. He's just going to obfuscate himself because he's a guy on the internet that does whatever he wants. I don't know. At this point, you just shouldn't trust any single fucking thing that Mutahar says unless like you can see any form of proof about that. And even then, it can still be kind of iffy, in my personal, non-professional opinion.
Then that claim kind of stuck around, and he was too embarrassed to admit that he wasn't one. It would be so simple, but Mutahar cannot ever admit to having made a mistake, or at least take responsibility for it. What do you think makes you come across as a likable man of character? Someone with the footing to judge others, as you have done for years.
I'm kind of the fucking aficionado of handing out these reality checks to a lot of things.
Is it by being a coward who lies all the time?
I forgot that he said shit like that. Oh my gosh.
Not helping his case.
No, not whatsoever. Holy shit. Chad, if I ever say something like that, I need you to slap me.
Time, shifts blame, and never accepts their fallibility? Or is it by being someone who takes the blame for their mistakes, someone who knows their limits and speaks the truth? Do you believe your audience is entitled to the truth about who you are? Because they will only trust you as much as you trust them. They will respect you as much as you respect them. Now they've realized you're full of shit.
I was full of shit, literally, like I was full of fecal matter.
And what's your response?
If you still feel wronged and this does not suffice for you, then I don't really give a fuck. Simple as that.
This behavior is not really to your benefit at all. It benefits your critics, but it especially benefits me. Now a large chunk of your audience and the public knows you're full of shit, and it's not that hard anymore to convince them that you've done this exact thing before. Dear viewer, did you feel confused when Mutahar came out with his video denouncing Nuxtaku? Did you feel he was overreacting? That he was distancing himself from him pretty hardcore relative to his actual points of discontent? Well, that's just like what happened here. Mutahar omitted massive amounts of context, because if he told you the full truth, he would have to admit that while he was eager to attack and condemn creators like Eva Chris Tyson for being fans of a lolicon artist, or for having kids on a Discord server with porn on it, he was running cover for and defending someone who turned that into their entire content model.
Forgive me, Lord, but I did it. Please forgive me. Stop sending gender. Why? I already lost. No, not November. Half of my class saw Aqua's butthole on my screen. To be fair, mad respect for sending Aqua's butthole. And your class should be thankful.
That's a post from Nuxtaku's subreddit.
I hate Nux.
What the hell came into my ears? I
hate Nuxtaku so fucking much. Can I slap you? Why? Oh, fucking hell. I think I fucking hate Nuxtaku, man. People are giving him such a second wind right now because he's on the right side of the hating on Hassan thing, and it's just like, you can hate Hassan and then also hate the people that also hate Hassan. You know what I mean? If you like Nuxtaku, that's fine. I think he was a victim with the VShojo shit. And I think that some of the ways he's been treated is shitty. I still don't like him. And I think that I don't think I really ever will. I don't think I ever will.
The enemy is not always your friend.
It depends. And with him, nah, not really. Engineers were born with the knack, curiosity to take things apart and figure out how they work. Engineer degrees say you know how to build as cheap as you can before. I just got here, so my brain isn't processing that. Nah, that's fair. That's fair. All you need to know, chat, is that Nuxtaku is very cringy. Very cringy. He didn't play Nux's bad guy cover. I have no idea what that means. Oh. Can we slap you with the green? No, chat. No. No, chat, you can't.
At the time this video was made, the OP of this post was a 12-year-old child. They were not a one-time poster, and they were not the only extremely young child that was involved in this community focused around adult content.
Okay, but did Nux know that? If Nux knew that, then we have a problem. But if Nux didn't know that, like, I mean, you have to kind of show that Nux knew that. Regardless, here's my thing, chat. Don't fucking like, I don't know. Don't do this kind of shit on the internet. All right. It's just cringe. I don't know. I don't know. Don't use Reddit. Actually, that's a better idea. Don't use Reddit. Reddit is a bad place. Bad place. All right, and more likely than not, some of the mods are children.
There's plenty more material to cover in my bigger video, but let me tell you this. Mutahar was notified about this stuff in a confrontation almost exactly a year ago. What action did he take? Nothing. Because if the truth came out, he would look bad for being so close to Nuxtaku. This guy is sitting here telling you that the government needs to stay away from the internet. It's so horrible when people are forced to verify their age on social media. I know it's annoying. I know it's frustrating. And I know it can be used for information control, mass manipulation, censorship, blah blah blah. But I've seen what it looks like when these man-children self-regulate. What it looks like when they are holding each other accountable. And what I mean by that is that they don't. They are 100% willing to prioritize their career, income, and their ego.
Okay, then just take kids off the internet. It's simple. Manage your kids. Manage your kids. I agree that like some... Sorry?
No, sorry. I just copped.
Oh, fair enough. Manage your kids better, all right? All I can say is no parent wants to parent their fucking children anymore, all right? Keep them off the fucking... I don't want kids on my internet, all right? The internet should be for adults only, and that's it. And we need to parent our children better, all right? That's my opinion, all right? You don't want kids to see this shit? I agree. People, we should keep places... We should, like, take some of this content off of some websites, and some websites probably need to like enforce their rules on not safe for work content. Sure, I can agree with that. But what I will not agree with is that we need to allow kids on the internet. Keep them off the internet. All right. I'm using myself an example of why kids should not be allowed on the internet. All right. So my opinion is no regulation. Just regulate the kids. Keep the kids away from shit. And if you can't raise them, don't have them.
Over the safety of children on the platform. But that's a story for the bigger video. Some people have unfortunately gotten the idea that I'm going to expose Mutahar as some kind of a pedophile. That is not the case. He's not refusing to call this stuff out because he secretly condones it. He is simply just that much of a total bitch, afraid of any controversy, with a chance it might stain his reputation. A worthless, spineless pushover. Somehow, his actions in this situation were even more pathetic than pretending to be different kinds of engineer for a decade.
I mean, I am grateful that he said that. I'll wait and see the video then. I'll wait and see the video. I'll withhold my judgment on this video because I haven't seen it, and it would be kind of hypocritical of me to judge it otherwise. So I'll wait until I see the video. But again, my opinion, no kid should be on the internet. All right, kids should not be on the internet. All right, I'm gonna be like Bob Chandler. I'm gonna cut kids' internet access down. We're gonna cut it down. I'm going to cut her down, chat. We're going to cut down the internet for kids. No more kids on the internet. Damn. No more. Have you seen the clip of Bob Chandler cutting down the internet? Let's say the Bob Chandler cutting it down. This is a good clip. This is a funny clip. It's not actually got audio, or it's just audio. Excuse me. It's not got any video. It's just audio. So you're gonna listen to the here, chat. I will pull out a picture for you, chat. There you go. So you got a picture of Chris Chan. Here is your context, chat. The trolls were calling Bob his parents because Chris was doing the nasty on the phone with a troll that he thought was his girlfriend. And the trolls were trying to get his dad to catch him in the act so that he could get in trouble. So, yeah.
Hey.
Oh, yeah. Listen, what are you doing? Nothing. I'm getting all these crazy damn calls. What are you doing? Nothing. Give me that crap. Now, what's going on? Dad, will you get out of here? No, I will not. People telling me that you're about to kill yourself on YouTube. What? What are you doing? I'm not doing anything. I'm going to wake your mother up and find out? No. Well, then get out of here off that internet.
No.
Fine. What is your trouble? I'm not going to kill myself. Get away from that TV. Fine. Get away from the internet. I'm cutting it down right now.
No.
No. Yes. No. What are you doing?
Yeah, so enough of that. His strength must be... Nah, it's not doing that good.
Internet lumberjack? Yes, chat.
Finally, my base is almost done. Ah!
Don't do it, Dad. I'm going to shut this thing right down. No. Yes. No. Dad, no. Stop. Go wake your mother up. Don't bother me. Okay?
Yeah, basically, I'm going to cut it down. I'm going to cut it down, chat. We're going to cut down kids' access to the internet because kids don't... I should be on the internet, not doing illegal stuff, obviously, but kids should not be on the internet. My belief is kids being on the internet, failed idea. Get them off. All right, get them off. We can sell enough shit without kids on the internet. So... So, yeah.
I would try and advocate for kids-only spaces, but that would just put a target on the entire site's back. Be like, this is for children. Predators. Oh, easy.
Well, I used to really like how Toontown did it, because in Toontown, if you were a kid and you had a kid account, and parents had to set up the account, you weren't allowed to talk to people, period. You had to use pre-cut phrases that came with the game. And if you wanted to actually talk with people, you had to basically go on your account and mark that you were an adult. And the kid accounts couldn't hear what you were saying. It would just look like barking, or because they were all cartoon animals, it would just look like whatever whatever noise the animal was making. So that was a good. I think that was a good idea, but. Again, I'm just not for kids on the internet. Get kids off the internet. Have parents parent. Put more responsibility on parents for not actually parenting their children. And then maybe people will actually care about making sure that their children don't see things. And I will say again that I don't think that's going to get rid of everything. But that's a good fucking start, in my personal opinion. Because I'm really tired of parents actually not doing anything or giving a shit about their children. Because that's kind of how we got here, is parents not caring about their children's well-being. Kids are gonna
instead of trying to punish the children for gaining access to improper access to the internet, you should probably start punishing the parents for not parenting their child.
Oh, I agree, and I will openly admit I don't feel like I have the right answers on how that would necessarily happen. But I do think that parents need to face some repercussions for not properly parenting their children. So, Roblox, yes. Also, Jazz, if you want to hop in now, you may. We're going to move on from Mutahar. I felt like we're not going to hear anything about Mutahar for a while now until that Nick Andrews video actually happens. So, whatever. But... But I think we're gonna move on now to the pirate software video by Turkey Tom. He made a 2.5-hour video. We're probably not gonna get through all of it tonight. We get through a good chunk of it at least. And there's a lot of stuff in this that I didn't even know about, like his some of his early life. I think some of the later stuff we probably already listened to, but we'll go through it.
Me.
It is you,
Black man.
the black man, the black man.
The black man.
It's not any black man. You are the black man.
Just me.
Norman Black
Hi, everybody.
Man.
Hi, everybody. I'm Akko's black friend.
That's not how I identify you.
How we doing, chat? What's up, everybody?
The crack man?
Hello.
No chat.
The crack. Oh, I've never done a drugs. Okay.
You have never done the drugs.
No.
No, you have
not.
not.
I'm a good noodle. I'm a good noodle.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. All right, let's just get started on this here.
So I did hear, like, what's the deal with them now? Because I saw a tweet earlier today that apparently Pirate Software was weighing in on all the internet censorship stuff.
Right.
Is that what this is about, or what?
No. So Turkey Tom made a video. I want to go through it, listen to it, review it a little bit. That's it.
Oh, yep. Okay, they're going to be pushovers.
That's
Please
it.
Exit the property.
The token black friend. I have more than one black friend, chat. What do you mean?
No, I'm the only one.
You're the only one? Are you going to eliminate all the other black friends I have?
I will. We're Highlandering this shit, absolutely.
Okay, sounds good. I'll let them all know that you want to fight.
All right, let's go. Royal Rumble.
Or Jason Hall, or Thor, is a Twitch streamer and YouTuber who went viral for his videos giving commentary on his passions, hacking, video game design, and YouTube drama. During a matter of months, his YouTube shorts shot him to over 2.5 million subscribers. It won him a streamer award, it got him connections with some of the most powerful people in the industry, and it allowed him to put down those he saw as bad actors. But at the peak of his career, he would experience one of the greatest downfalls in YouTube history. Hundreds of thousands of subscribers lost, thousands of videos criticizing every aspect of his career, and his connections ruined. And no one feels even a little bad for him. The problem with Pirate Software isn't that he's a bad person, at least not exclusively. The problem is that at every opportunity to course correct, he's doubled down on his worst character traits, proving to everyone that he is truly incapable of welcoming criticism. So today, I'll be telling you the story of Jason Hall, and how he destroyed his online reputation. But to understand how it all went so wrong, we have to go back to the beginning. His LinkedIn page lists him having gone to high school until 2006, when he would have been about 19 years old. It's hard to say, given how little is credibly known about this time period of his life, but it's possible he failed a year due to how much he was involved with, even at that time. During high school, he took part in the anime club.
I don't know if you being 19 is like proof of that. I don't know if somebody wants to substantiate that, but that is an interesting allegation that he somehow failed a year of high school. I don't know. I don't know. Also, chat, tell me if it is loud enough. I did turn it up just a little bit. Turkey Tom sure talks fast. I do have it on 1.5 speed. I'll turn it down to 1.25, chat, because I know that this is a long video.
Club, led the Comic Club, and listed himself as being a self-employed freelance security researcher and developer, providing a variety of web security related
Oddly enough, just like Mutahar.
services for multiple clients. He even noted that he learned how to say no to a superior when something is beyond a project scope. The reality of his situation was a lot less dignified, although he conveniently didn't list the facts that he ran a quote-unquote company out of the game's second life, called Darksphere Creations. But what services did Darksphere Creations provide, you might be asking? The answer is 3D avatars of furries with boobs for Second Life, all of which were listed under his...
Thank you, Turkey Tom, for censoring that. That is a good point. He does not at any point acknowledge that he had Second Life models. That's something I already knew, and I think a lot of people here probably already knew. But yeah, he likes to hide that fact quite a lot. Probably because it's embarrassing.
It's just furry models. Like, own it. You know, everybody had like a weird period on the internet.
Not just furry models. They are sexy furry models.
Well, yeah, I mean, that, again, you know, everybody has their weird point in the internet history. It's okay. Just own it. Just listen. People can't fucking make fun of you for it if you just own it, right? If you act like you don't give a fuck, then people are gonna believe that you don't give a fuck. You gotta be convincing about it. You can't be like, I don't care. You gotta be like, nah, fuck yeah, I had those furry models. I fucked all of them myself too. Tried them all out. What?
Yeah.
Like, you gotta be confident when you own it, or else people will continue to make fun of you for it. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah. For sure.
But him denying it makes him look like a bitch.
I'm
Absolutely.
sorry. I have to side tangent because I just got a comment on my Cinder video that I have to share because it is extremely funny. I'm gonna pull up this. I have to pull up this video, or I have to pull up this comment. This is such a hilarious comment. Also, Jazz, I don't know if you know, but your fan is on in the background. I'm just letting you know I can hear it.
My bad. Hang on. Let me adjust the Discord settings a bit because that's my that's the fan base for my laptop actually.
What the fuck is this comment here? This is a funny comment. I don't know if I should. I can't take. I am not going to take this seriously. I will tell you right now. All right, this is a good one. This guy, the real Dutch idiot. Hold on, I'm paused. The real Dutch idiot. Oh, I'm starting off real good here. Thank you for the 5. I'll wait for that.
Overture Saint discovered Mom has milkers and gave $5. As a member of the UP's Merchants Guild under the Greater Table, I am here to report that we are, in fact, out of mana.
That should do.
Bro, no roaching out.
Thank you for that. This comment is hilarious here. I'm going to read this here in a dramatic voice because of how I read this on my phone because I was like, I sometimes like to see if people comment on my shit. This is a good comment.
Wait. Oh, you want me to do it? I could do like a movie trailer.
No, I'm going to read it. I want to read it. This is a good comment. I want to read it.
All right. Fair enough.
From the real Dutch idiot, 48 minutes ago. Shy Lily sends her thanks for causing an uptick in her follower numbers.
Yeah.
Chat. My video that's like sub 13,000 views gave Shy Lily more followers.
I don't understand how. I really don't understand how.
If I gave her 1 or 2 extra followers from this, I don't care. All right, cool. I'm glad that I'm able to spread information around.
Yeah, like,
and cause an uptick in people unfollowing Cinder.
It is kind of funny that some people seem to have taken your videos like a declaration of war against Shy Lily or something.
This is how I know these people haven't watched the video. They're just writing this shit and then moving on. You did everything to not get what you wanted out of this. Actually, I got everything I wanted out of this. 10,000 views minimum was what I wanted out of this. And I wanted to see, I wanted to like throw my video out there. I got everything I wanted to out of this. Everything else that comes right afterwards, ad revenue, extra followers. You know, I didn't even care about if I got followers out of this, which I did get some followers out of this. But like everything that I've gotten outside of the 10,000 views I wanted is what I wanted, all right? And I think it stands on its own, all right? And the Cinder mods told you not to do this. This is not true. I have not been contacted by any mod on the Cinder side, and they have not told me to not do this, all right? I have been in their server. I've said hi to people, and then I have actively said, hey, let's not talk about this because I know this place isn't about drama, all right? Said not to do it in the server. Exactly. Retard. All right, this person's a retard. Good job. I'm impressed. I'm impressed that this comment exists. This is funny.
You know what? Say it. Stop.
Shy Lily sends. Well, I'm going to continue reading it because I think it's funny. Shy Lily sends her thanks is such a chuny MFer thing to say. If Shy Lily actually has come out and said thank you to Akko for giving me extra followers, I will clip that and say I know that doesn't exist. All right, I know it doesn't, but if it somehow magically did exist, I would clip that and use it as a super chat thing for the end of time. Just her saying thank you, Akko, for getting me extra followers.
Also, real quick, a little side of my own. Satoru Yokoi, I don't know what the fuck you're hearing, but I changed the batteries out in my fucking smoke detector, alright? You ain't hearing shit. Fuck you.
If your video was enough, I helped Lily gain followers. There's no wonder she needed to cut down Cinder to fight competition. No, yeah, that's a good point. It's just like if my video itself got her followers, then that's pretty sad. Did you honestly think you get any reach outside of the Cinder Sims who believe anything Cinder says? Because damn, the reach you did get sided with Shy Lily and her friends. Where? Oh my gosh, this... I want to know what dark room this person has come from. This is hilarious. Every comment is another boost to the algorithm. Yeah, it says yes, it is. Like, oh my gosh, this is so funny. This whole idea you could hurt her in any way was pointless from the start. That wasn't my goal. My goal was to make a video because I wanted to. It's not even pro Cinder. No, it's not. I've actively said Cinder fucked up and she needs to apologize and take some accountability. But, you know, me coming out and saying they lied to you about Cinder is enough to make people think that all I'm doing is glazing her the entire time. And that's how I know this person didn't watch the video. Alright? That's how I know. That's how I know. A literal nobody always blaming victims to rage bait. I am not a literal nobody. So many people in the VTuber sphere know me and I have seen people say, I have seen people say things behind the scenes that people think about me. It is kind of funny. Kind of funny. I have not seen anything from Cinder or Shy Lily or whatever, what they think about me. But I've seen what some people think about me behind the scenes. And it makes me laugh. And it makes me want to continue. But, you know, anyway. A literal nobody. How far do you think that would go? Shy Lily has an actual audience with over 1 million subs and you're stuck at 15. So you have to number fag in order to get me to feel bad. Yeah, I see. You still suck at 15K after all this time. Why? Honest discourse works. Rage bait doesn't.
Yeah, when somebody tries that, just point at me and be like, I still have way more numbers than that guy. Look at him.
Oh, that is hilarious. This Kevin person has been replying to everybody, which I don't endorse people just replying to anybody. You don't need to, but, you know, go off if you would like. And they reply by saying, at least Shy Lily tried to shut down sub-gifting, even charging more for TTS because it would throw up more of a barrier. Shy Lily actively hates hype trains, while Cinder feeds into them, and she changes very little for the TTS lowering the bar. What the fuck is this? This dick sucking, man. My man, she's not gonna fuck you. She's got Buska. She's gonna fuck Buska instead. That's her boyfriend, not you.
Listen, this is how the parasocial thing works, Akko. This is what makes the money. It's working as intended.
This man is hilarious. This is awesome. Pin his comment. I can't because I already have a good pinned comment, and I'm not gonna repin it. I wish you could pin more than them, but explain to me who's worse, the one who wants to stop people from donating because she makes 90% of her income from sponsors, or the one who keeps encouraging people to donate and sub? Are you for real? This man is a retard. This man is a fucking retard. Holy fuck. Go get some help. Shows you don't know Shy Lily's content. You only know Cinder pretending to show VTuber tits.
Don't they all show tits?
So I see Alka tits right now.
Sir, watch the video. LOL.
Oh, this poor hungry bandit. He saw me rip his arm off with my hand and still got up to try and attack me. It's like,
I'm playing Kenshi. My main character kicked his left arm off. She got up from a recovery coma and is trying to attack me again.
I'm gonna start making a thread of funny comments. That's a good one. I'm gonna keep that one. That's a really good one.
Oh, you could do what Shuonhead does and just make a whole video or like replying to them.
Good one.
Yeah, good work. That's content right there.
It is.
Damn it.
People do that shit all the time.
Burn doing. Burn is just waiting. Yeah, definitely need.
I'm sorry. We're gonna continue. I'm gonna make a tweet about this. It's so good. Oh, I love that. That is such a good one.
Black out the name of the poster.
No, it's a public comment on a public platform. If they DM'd, I don't care. If you publicly comment on a public video, I'm allowed to show that. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that seems fair.
You know, if it was DMs, maybe. Oh my God, but even then.
Lil Bertarian discovered mom has milkers and gave $5. as long as they stay over here on YouTube and not flood into the Discord and crash out while I am on the job, they can keep crashing out for content.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Pirate Software was banned from Anime Club because he tried to sneak LA Blue Girl into the club. Ooh, that's funny. Thank you, Lore Master.
Girl, I remember that one.
Thank you, Lore Master. All right, let's continue.
Yeah, that one's kind of fucked up.
In-game name, Maldavius Figtree. You truly could not make this up. But Mr. Figtree wasn't just one among many avatar designers. He was notorious, although not exactly for good reasons. Firstly, he apparently vandalized an in-game region, and soon after, he fired someone named Wingless Emoto from Darksphere, accusing them of being lazy, despite the fact this person got paid on commission, not a salary. As per the article reporting on the situation, Jason continued to sell Emoto's avatars after her departure, without paying her anything. While it's small in scale, this on its own gave a small window into Jason's not-so-legitimate online endeavors, even this early on. But this small window quickly grew, as the chat logs between Emoto and Jason were posted, showing that the reason she hadn't been working lately was because her tablet was broken. Interestingly enough, she clearly saw her Second Life job as a silly hobby she did because she enjoyed it, while Jason tried to act like he was really running a company and that it was all very serious business. Ironically, he complained that she played WoW too much instead of actually working, an omen of Jason's own future. But more concerningly, he remarked that she was underage, which he knew because he had met her in real life, as she lived 2 hours away from him. Due to this story eventually resurfacing much later on, attached to suggestions that he had done something inappropriate when they met IRL, Jason has addressed it and explained that she was 17 while he was 19, and they didn't do anything beyond talking when they met. While there's no reason to doubt his defense here, the business with Emoto is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to his infamy in Second Life. By simply perusing the comments, you immediately find dozens of other people attesting to Jason's bad in-game behavior. First, he apparently enrolled in a real-life $22,000 a year university called Woodbury, just so that he could be allowed into Woodbury's Second Life region, going as far as to harass people in real life and conducting DDoS attacks to gain control of it. When he failed and got kicked out of Woodbury Sim, he decided to do everything in his power to grief and destroy the region, which gives context to the earlier mention of him vandalizing an in-game region. If all of this is true, this story alone depicts Jason as having a hunger for trivial, petty power that's so great he's willing to spend thousands in real-life money to get it, and is completely incapable of accepting defeat. Other people point out that Emoto's avatars were actually pulling in quite the decent amount of money, and here we have the establishment of another recurring theme: Jason demanding payment and credit despite not working. First, he took at least 50% of her revenue, apparently just
50% of his for the revenue when all he did was sell it. Now, I really don't know that much about business. Yeah, me neither. I wouldn't say that you deserve half of the revenue from something that you just put up on the internet and advertised, but if he can prove why he deserves it, then we can argue about it then. I don't know, but that is quite a lot for something he only did was put up on a website. I don't know.
Just because he put together the storefront for the avatar.
Go ahead.
No, I'm saying I'm with you on that one.
She created. I say at least because, as many people have pointed out, he ran the storefront and ensured the money went through him before it got to her, supposedly for tax reasons. This means he could make up whatever the amount she was owed and underpay her while keeping the rest for himself. But if that weren't enough, he also took credit for Emoto's work, as he clearly told the Second Life related publications who interviewed him that he was the one sculpting them. Another one of the comments here read, "He wanted to be my business partner, so I took him on board. He did approximately 80 minutes of work against my 30 hours and expected to get half the cash. Then, when I complained about this, as well as being constantly ignored for 2 weeks, he gave me a speech. Do you know how good of a scripter I am? How much I'm worth? I make $8,000 a month from Second Life." Of course.
Okay, so here's the thing. I don't feel like the amount of time you work should dictate how much you get paid, because like if you are really good in your field, I had this argument. I listened to somebody give this argument where it's just like, oh, if I make a really good sign for a company in 10 minutes, should I only get paid the amount of time that they feel like I work? Like, should I get paid? If I'm getting paid like $30 an hour and I only work for 20 minutes, should I only get paid like 10 minutes or 20 bucks or $10 for that time? It's like, no, you're paying for the fact that I've taken all of these years and experience and then put that into what I do. However, while I agree, I think that if like you're using time, experience, and knowledge to build something that's successful, Pirate Software is not anything near that. He's just Pirate Software. That's the problem, is I could probably agree with his claim if he was actually good at what he is, and he's not. That's the problem.
Of course, at this stage, the alarm bells rang, and I quickly hit the delete and silence button. It's all a shame, really, especially as I had a deadline to meet, and this all reflected badly on me. You might be wondering how we got away with this kind of blatant misbehavior. Well, Jason is the son of Joey Ray Hall, one of gaming company Blizzard's most senior employees, and he apparently used this fact to issue vague threats towards anyone who might have reasons to report him. Long after his Second Life days, Jason continued to flaunt this on his streams.
No, my dad didn't inspire the WoW guy from South Park. My dad is the WoW guy from South Park. He was the cinematic director for Blizzard for 23 years. He worked on the episode with Matt and Trey, and they turned him into a character. Yeah, that's actually him.
While While the tactic of claiming to be friends with people in the industry who can make other players' life hard may not seem like much, this was just one of Jason's many strategies to get his way. Users Warren Flanagan and LOL claimed that Jason went way beyond just taking money for Emoto's work. Maldavius was apparently quite close to his Second Life business partner in real life, at least before he banned her from his Sims, destroyed her reputation, and concocted all manner of absolutely unrepeatable lies about her mental health and her status in her profession. I refused to allow myself to believe these allegations without question, especially when she contacted me asserting that the stories were false. A word to the wise: if Maldavius calls you on Skype, chances are he has some elaborate lie to tell you that he hopes will destroy your objectivity and impartiality and bring you into his way of thinking. After I began to question this, my manager privileges were revoked, allegedly because I was never in Second Life. He banded together with a bunch of his residents and decided that I had helped people attack the sim based on who knows what information. Then he delivered the sledgehammer blow. No one likes you.
The girl don't like you. Nobody likes you.
I had seen this before. Maldavius used these same sort of groupthink tactics to sway the weak minds of his furry friends. For some reason, his words carry an air of authority, and people tend to believe him. In this same section, other alarming patterns begin to appear, with Jason being described as a vengeful furry who always paints himself as a victim, and a script kitty who...
That's a hell of a title.
The vengeful furry.
Almost sounds like a fucking like a fucking Call of Duty tag or something, right?
Yeah.
Or like no, what's that new fucking game where it's like it's all furries? Wild Assault. It's like Wild Assault tag right there. The vengeful furry.
Assault. Vengeful. Yes. That is
God.
amazing.
That's
hello,
pretty good.
hello,
like
Mr. Enderman. I don't know you guys normally climb trees.
Oh.
He wants to climb trees today.
He wants to climb trees and
pull out a boat.
climb trees, steal all the blocks, get terrified of water. I don't know, them's Enderman really are a problem. Steal all my blocks.
No, just keep a boat in your pocket and pull it out when he comes around.
Yeah.
I don't know if that
think
glitch still
he's
works,
God,
actually. I assume it does.
Tower. This is what I was looking for. You saw someone.
Oh, goodness.
Has stated it multiple times, due to coming up with a couple of low-level in-game scams. But unscathed in all of this is that many of his in-game scandals, which unfortunately we have almost no info on, happen to revolve around him doing not safe for work things. As it turns out, Maldi, short for Maldavius, was into being the receiving end of some yiffing and enjoyed knots.
You like kissing boys, don't you?
The world is a mess.
While there are a good few posts mocking this on its own, only one poster went into detail about how this related to Jason's online infamy. On Maldavius himself and his contributions to the company, he doesn't do much. I'll admit he's an accomplished scripter, or he fakes it rather well. It's believed by many that, as with many other things he's taken credit or payment for, he copies others' work and puts it in his own name. He knows how to script, he understands programming. I know for a fact he's inefficient as hell with it though, and I sometimes doubt he could pull off many of the things he does on his own. However he comes about his scripting, whether through copying and pasting and fixing things here and there, or writing the occasional thing on his own.
Okay, chat, you can't say that. You can't say that about the Enderman. Tame an Enderman with fried chicken and watermelons. Chat, you can't say that. You can't say that. You know what okay.
Damn.
I heard a rumor that apparently Endermen really do like picking up and stealing watermelons. I heard that was like in their programming.
Funny. That would be extremely funny if it was true.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe that. I would have to find the meme again, but
I don't know. The left side of the internet tells me that Notch is a really bad person, so maybe he is a racist.
It's possible. Very possible.
But like funny racist though, because that's like funny racist if he actually did do that.
If he did actually do that, yeah. All you need is a white rabbit to control an Enderman. Wait, what? Do white rabbits control the
Snow Bunny?
I get it. No, I get it. 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 It's funny.
That would be really funny if that were the case as well.
It would be.
I would love it if there was like some kind of stereotyping coder who's like every time it's an update he just like slips something in, right?
Yeah.
Something you wouldn't really notice, but you like if you actually had enough like autism to check like every little interaction that you'd be able to find them. Like I don't know, if you drop like a gold piece around a villager, they'll just immediately go for it or something, you know?
Okay. I see what you did there.
All right, you got it. I was trying to think of a non-black one. I was trying to go for like a different angle here. Yeah, there's more than one joke. There's more than one racist joke in Minecraft, I'm sure of it.
Yeah. Well, Lobert says it correctly. Enderman is all black, steals your stuff, and can't swim. Listen, you can't blame people for noticing things.
Yeah, funny thing is I love swimming.
Oh, I imagine that you... listen, we've already established that you're Was it like
the anti-black? Yeah.
Yes, you are the anti-black black man.
Fucking Bizarro Black over here.
Exactly.
Bizarro Black. Wait, that's another amazing fucking tag. Wait.
Bizarro Blacko.
Bizarro Black might have to be my name in like the next big game. Battlefield 6 is coming out. That's the name I'm gonna put in.
Bizarro Black. That is perfect.
That's really good.
Oh
fuck.
Gosh damn it. Gosh damn it. I know I'm going to
I'm
terraform
excited
this
about that
area.
one, honestly. I've been hearing a lot of good things about it. Have you guys jumped in there yet? The beta or whatever?
I'm waiting for the second beta period so they can so I can iron out some of the kinks of the first one.
I am not much into Battlefield, but, you know.
I mean, I used to be a Call of Duty kid back in the day, so I'm like, like an actually good war game, I could go for that.
I'm not really much into either, to be honest.
Yeah. No, I got you, but I am curious, because again, I'm hearing good things, and I've never actually, I don't think I've actually played a Battlefield, because again, I feel like you were either a Call of Duty kid or a Battlefield kid, and I was a Call of Duty kid, so.
Yeah.
I've actually tried a Battlefield game.
Unfortunately, I was neither. I was a Nintendo kid. Black
I was
Bizarro.
also a Nintendo kid. I did both.
Endermen
I had a
also.
PlayStation and a GameCube.
Endermen also become violent when you look them in the eyes.
Oh shit, you're right. Oh my god. You know, the more you stack up the attributes, the more you start to really see it, right? It's like,
yeah.
These can't all be coincidences, right? I mean, do all these squares make a circle? Maybe, but I don't know, bro.
Damn, it does. Holy hell, yeah, it does.
Oh, fuck.
They aren't very marketable and are rarely innovative. Last I saw, he had maybe 5 products for sale in his own shop, all variants on particle effects. I've never seen one bought or used. It seems the only thing Maldavius contributes to his own company is drama. Whether in the form of slave driving, manipulation, or sex scandals, his every action seems to hurt his precious company. His employees are constantly being shuffled in and out the door as he fires anyone who disagrees with him for a second on anything, then rehires them when he realizes he can't do anything on his own. He has a craving for power that may exceed his ridiculous greed for money. Every chance he gets, he manipulates anyone he can, and he has plenty. He tries to surround himself with weak-minded, submissive, insecure individuals. Easy to find in the furry community he immerses himself in. Much of the drama in his little world centers around his noggin. Female employees in his company, as well as any female landowner on his Sims unlucky enough to attract his attention, which isn't hard, he spends a lot of time spying on people, are invariably subjected to constant sexual harassment. If they refuse his advances, he threatens them. Sometimes he holds their employment over their heads. Sometimes he threatens to reclaim their land. Sometimes he just bans them from the sim. If he has any personal information on them at all, he uses that. However, because
he threatens to reclaim their land. Is that what he just said?
In the game, yes.
I know, but still, it sounds really funny.
It does sound extremely funny.
Oh my god.
I mean, he is a white guy.
I can't look at I can't look at Minecraft the same after a short Canadian tard raged at a gay wizard about it. Wait, what? What did Dev say to a gay wizard about Minecraft? What?
What?
I'm assuming that that's what you're talking about, Patchouli. I feel like there is some context that I need here. Also, I fucking need to get rid of the names of all these things. It's really annoying and taking up space. Anyway.
As he seeks out the weak-willed, submissive, and desperate, many fall to his advances and do the textual nasty with him. He then holds this over their heads as more personal ammunition against them. We've all got screenshots. I could go on and on, but I'll just throw in one more thing. He has a fetish for creamsicle-colored huskies. He loves that curly tail.
I mean, huskies are cute, though, so you can't really fault him around that one. Well, actually, wait, he's a furry, so there might be something weird about it.
I've never heard of a creamsicle husky before. What the fuck?
Well, I mean, it's just describing the color, right? You did say creamsicle colored, so.
What?
Though it is a weird way to describe the color of the animal, I will say that.
Fair enough. Oh my gosh, that is so weird, though.
Oh.
Yeah. Like, I'm assuming he's pulling that from like one of his like actual posts, right? Like that's verbatim.
I imagine that was one of his role plays.
Is a weird way to put it. Yeah.
I think that's just one of his role plays.
Cannot deny that's a weird way to put it.
What the fuck?
With this context established, it's important to remark that Jason eventually addressed this when it resurfaced, specifying that nothing ever happened between him and Emoto, so much so that they made up a few years after the situation between them went down. To further support this, Emoto also made a tweet reinforcing that nothing inappropriate had happened between them. So it's safe to say that any claims revolving around him being a creep in this circumstance are not true. As for the many people who claimed he was doing sexual stuff with Second Life, there's no sign that any of them were minors, so even if what he was supposedly doing was weird, it definitely wasn't illegal. Eventually, a Reddit thread was made on r/YouTube drama, compiling—
Is this Tom of the Turkey? It is Tom of the Turkey. Yes. It is Tom of Great Turkey Land, yes. Also, that guy responded to my video, by the way. He thinks I only have 1,500 subscribers. I have replied to him and told him he needs to get glasses, and that is the last thing I'm going to say to him, because it is very obvious that he's going in circles.
He's missing a 0 there.
Yeah.
Yes, he is missing a 0. And then he brought up Rima, which I don't understand why, because I didn't mention... Well, I mentioned Rima very briefly in the video, but like not in a negative. Just like saying, hello, Rima, in the video, but that's about it. It's just like, why? What do you... I don't know. It's funny.
Oh, man. Why am I thinking of that one bit though? With I think it was fucking Kanye after the that song came out and he had the interview with what was it? Fucking goddamn, what's his name? Piers Morgan? No, wait, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The British guy, right? The British white dude.
Yeah, that's Piers Morgan.
I remember he like got his like Twitter follower account off by like 1 million. It was like 3 million. He said like 3 million. It was like actually 4 million or some shit. And that like caused Kanye to like just get up and walk out of the interview. He's like, you're not gonna take inches off my dick. I think it was his actual. Yeah, tell him. That's what he replied. You're not gonna take inches off my dick, bro.
Just. Oh goodness, something like that. That's a British white guy. Rima only after marriage. Oh gosh. No chat. No.
Filing not just the comments I just went over, but a few new additions as well. Not just bolstering the claims that Jason would attack anyone who denied him some Second Life nodding action, but adding some new ones that honestly are much more concerning. Specifically, there was a comment in another article which read, Moldavia's fig tree has violated a female priest in real life, then engineered a mass nationwide 911 calling spam campaign to try to get her committed to an insane asylum so this woman wouldn't tell his real life girlfriend about their affair, whose recording of Jason cranking his hog is now available on the intertubes. This claim was echoed by user Velasca Reddit M, who said, the nun thing. This is something he spoke to me in huge great detail over a few times. The story would change a bit each time he'd tell it, but basically he was so good, so manly, so amazing, and rocked a nun's world so hard that it broke her brain, and she would denounce her faith.
Excuse me. Hi. You're a friend of Anthony's. I was just about to visit him. How's he doing? He's in a lot better shape than those nuns you got up there.
That was the main story. Sometimes there would be alterations of her stalking him, her breaking the law for him, her becoming a goth coven nun.
I'm gonna come.
Remember, he was early on in his career being a habitual liar and isn't particularly intelligent or gifted at it, so there were constant holes. While the suggestion that he violated someone
probably only 3 or 4 holes, if I'm going to be honest with you,
is completely baseless. What could be the case here is that during his Second Life days, Jason told people a tall tale about banging a nun. But even then, this claim is pretty isolated, and only a couple of people even mentioned it, unlike the dozens of testimonies of Jason getting freaky on Second Life. Whatever the case, it appears that at some point, Jason began trying to leave behind his furry past. For example, his wiki fur and his fur affinity, which were originally decked out in furry art and epic tea sippage. Top of the morning to you laddies, I'm a furry, but I drink tea. His wiki fur and fur affinity have been completely blanked and removed at his own request, which is publicly documented. Little fun fact here, his deletion request is in the same page as a discussion of Cord Kitty, who I've already made a video about. Birds of a feather,
gosh.
or furs of a fur, or something. But ultimately, his days of being a merchant on Second Life were numbered, as Jason was ready to make it into the big leagues. By September of 2009, he got himself a job at Blizzard. Yes, the same Blizzard his dad worked at. At face value, there's nothing terribly wrong with his dad getting him a job, but despite Jason describing his role as pivotal to the company, he actually worked QA, quality assurance, which is basically a more technical playtesting. It's kind of an entry-level job, and there's nothing really wrong with that, but it was more than enough to further inflate Jason's ego to unforeseen proportions. Former coworkers of his have since shared their testimonies of their experiences with him at the company. Specifically, Kiwi Farms user Boing Boing got herself verified by the site staff to prove that she was indeed a former Blizzard employee who had personal contact with Jason. Over several posts, she wrote about him in a less than positive manner. Thor was my coworker for about a year at Blizzard. He was the only QA who demanded a 3-display setup because he needed it for coding, but it was
Hold on.
What?
Huh? How many screens do they normally get? Like 1 or 2? Because like I can understand one screen being like too little, especially nowadays with a lot of different work stuff. 1 screen does feel like way too little. 2 screens is pretty standard. Now that's what I use typically when I'm streaming is 2 screens, and then whatever the third one is doing on my normal stream setup. But why 3? Like, he says he's coding, but he's a QA tester. QAs don't code; they just report bugs. I mean, maybe they do a little bit of coding, but like, what? What? Thor worked at Blizzard. Yeah, don't you know, chat? He used to work at Blizzard. Pirate did none holy acts. I hate it. I hate it, chat. You're not. No, I hate it. Don't.
Actually a dedicated display for Reddit and YouTube. He would sit idle in test clients in another display while screwing around and posting on various forums with a third. During a charity event on campus, he took part in a League of Legends tournament. He was profanely screaming at his teammates across the office about how bad they were for not being able to buy to counter the other team. This was a casual charity event, not some actual ranked thing. And these were people he worked with on his team. I'm actually shocked he wasn't written up for this, but only one manager was present and locked in his office at the time. I have respect for his dad because he really is one of the oldest employees at Blizzard. The bar in StarCraft is named after him, and he was never problematic. Pathetically, this was Thor's shield against getting written up. I wasn't the only one who noticed that he not only didn't do any work, but he knew basically nothing about testing as a general practice and the game itself. Management remarks that they simply couldn't do anything about it, but move him from team to team. Thor became my...
This man is such an issue. This is insane. This is really insane. This man is such an issue that whenever people complain about him, they can't fire his ass because of what his alleged pedigree is. And so what do? We're just going to move him to a different department. We're just going to put him somewhere else.
That sounds exactly right.
These are the kinds...
Some primo Nepo baby shit right there.
Yeah, that's the kind of shit that I hear about in Reddit stories. I'm like, these Reddit stories aren't real. None of these Reddit stories are real. There's no way that these people are real. But, like, Thor is the example where it is real, and it's just like... Thor is the example. Thor is the Reddit story that happens to, like, the 1% chance where it's real. So. Nepo baby. Yeah, fun fact, chat. There are some clips in this. Now, I will say, I've listened to a few minutes of this. I think he includes the Nepo baby clip as well. I think.
My roommate because his dad kicked him out of the house, and I happened to be in need of someone to take over a room that another person fell through on. I really should have known that if Joey Ray didn't want him around, it was best to keep max distance. From the first days after moving in, the kitchen was a literal...
Joey Ray, if I remember correctly, is his dad.
Pigsty. All pans would be constantly used and left dirty, usually with food remnants intact, dishes and utensils everywhere, sink full, filth all over the stove and counters. I also had a new patent leather chair that his totally non-destructive cat started scratching to hell the same day he moved in. And he only ever offered to tape up the chair. There was no correction to make the cat scratch anything but the chair. No scratcher was provided, no supervision in the common area, nothing. He even tried to gaslight me by insisting the chair was already scratched up. 0 pets touched that apartment before he moved in. I asked that he replace the $100 chair since all surfaces were destroyed, and he insisted taping it up was fine. He didn't do either. He was extremely into evil.
Again, this is not substantiated by fact. This is a lot of hearsay. I can believe it. But I will say this. If it is true, this is really funny. This is extremely funny if this is true. He had a cat that he refused to take ownership of and keep from scratching up shit. That is hilarious. It's really funny. All right? And I want it to be true. I want it to be true because of how funny it is. All right?
Online and would regularly stay up half the night being loud on voice chat with his friends while playing. This apartment didn't have thin walls, and there were full closets separating the rooms, but I could hear every single word said until he shut down to get a few hours of sleep before work the next day. He never put a shower curtain up in his bathroom, so the floor was dirty and spotty from pooling water. The bathroom countertop that took up a whole wall was covered in what I can only assume is ash, bong residue, and other detritus. Random stuff was all over the place. His bedroom door was left cracked open, so I looked inside. Again, stuff everywhere. Trash, clothes, bags, and dishes everywhere. The walls were smeared with, coom or snot or both. If this was only about a month of damage, I couldn't afford to keep this guy around. I used the cat situation as a gentle way to ask him to remove himself as soon as possible, since we were still working together, claiming that he wasn't honest about the damage his cat would do, and that clearly pissed him off. Other random things I haven't seen mentioned is that his bad food habits and lack of cleanliness led to some sort of bowel disorder, which he was claiming to be possible cancer. To my knowledge, it was...
Oh, that is such a sucky thing to have get out, and I would really hate it if a roommate said all of my personal issues like that. Oh.
Did he try and bring it up to Thor before or no?
I don't know. Again, this is posted on the forums, but
Oh, okay.
was never actually cancer, and he used it as a shocking event for sympathy to warn others about how their habits can catch up to them, all for pats on Facebook during his health journey. To further bolster her claims, she eventually showed pictures of the damage and filth left in her apartment by Jason.
Okay, let's see if we can get a good picture of this. Let's see if we can get a good picture of this. Let's see if we can get some pictures of this, chat, just for you. Let's see how bad Jason is at cleaning stuff. I can substantiate 80% of the things in the farms. Fair enough.
Jason, and shared screenshots of her Facebook chat with him, which he...
Oh, hold on. Let's see if we can get a good view. Okay. Okay. This is not a good enough... wait a minute. What the fuck is that thing in the background? Oh, is that the fucking gnome? Because people joked that he had a gnome that looked like a dildo.
I can't see what you're saying.
Here, let me... Quintio has videos with this? Okay. Is that a dildo, or is that just a gnome?
I pray it's a gnome.
I imagine since it's on screen, it's probably just a gnome.
Yo, Akko, this is neither here nor there. And I apologize for the small aside here. But do you know if there's a specific relay that people go to trade shit at?
You don't go to relays to trade shit. You invite people to go to your dojo to trade with you after you go to the Warframe trade area.
I could have sworn that there was like a relay location where people would just like go and like hold up images of shit they're trying to sell, though.
Well,
Is there a
yes,
place like that?
there is. It's the Mars one, but you don't trade there because they oversell.
Okay. Man. All right, we'll just stick to the Warframe website then, the marketplace website.
Yeah, that's what I suggest. They typically are way overpriced. Anyway, let's continue.
Pictures of the damage and filth left in her apartment by Jason, and shared screenshots of her Facebook chat with him, which he initiated by hitting her up with reaction images in possibly the most autistic way possible. So when I first met you, I was all linked to myfacewhen.com/7.
Here comes that bullshit, what up?
And now getting to know you better, I'm all linked to myfacewhen/115. Other screenshots also have Jason himself attesting to his constant playing of World of Warcraft and League of Legends, but outside of their time sharing a living space, Boing also gives some information on Jason's claims about his work. On his LinkedIn, he describes being quickly promoted to an assistant lead and engineer relating to QA hacks, where he performed forensic analysis and led a team of security professionals to victory. Pay attention to how much he likes using vague language to sound impressive without providing any specific details. It's going to come in handy later. According to Boing's post, during their time working together, an exploit was discovered that caused millions of dollars in duped gold and items. Jason had nothing to do with discovering the exploit or patching it, but he was quick to take credit for it to secure himself a position in security engineering.
That is insane.
She went on to add, QA engineers by title were not actual engineers.
Again, like I've said, chat, there are I listen to Reddit stories as like a passing pastime at work because I know that, because here's the thing, I know they're like 110% fake. Most of the shit I listen to on Reddit is recycled garbage that is thrown into an AI. And I can tell it's an AI because sometimes the story will loop back in on itself and tell the exact same segment again, only this time add more context. So I know it's all fake and bullshit. And there's like whenever you listen to this shit, 1% of the time it could be real. And Jason is like, that's literally what Jason's life is. He's the 1% of the time when the Reddit story that you know is fake is actually real. That's how bad he is. He's the white Mutahar. That's kind of mean, chat.
Rather, they were analysts capable of automation tasks and assorted scripting. Whatever he says about training security staff and half the other stuff on his LinkedIn page is being wildly misrepresented. His resume is fan fiction, and everyone in tech and gaming who knows better thinks he's a joke. Glorified script kiddie. While he was completely unmemorable for his subpar work, he was remembered for one thing: raging on League of Legends, to the point where other employees began pranking him by taping a picture of Edward Cullen's face to the bottom of his mouse to trigger another fit of rage.
That's like a joke.
That's good. That is hilarious, man. I find that so funny. I find that incredibly funny. Please, that I need to know. I need him to comment on that. That is hilarious. That is so good.
knowledge. But after 2011, Boing Boing no longer worked on the same team as Jason, so she couldn't provide any information about his work as a security engineer. However, another user by the name of Lifeguard Hermit came forward with a little anecdote about Jason's stellar work. While he was working as a code janitor at Blizzard in security, he came up with a brilliant idea to catch bots. His brilliant idea was to place a rock in a known pathing point bots used. He then tells the story that the mods caught so many bots this way, while implying that appealing this ban was impossible. The thing is, WoW has auto-run. People use it. Using auto-running isn't botting. The path he blocked is a spot between towns on a road. Literally anyone would normally hit auto-run.
So, to give you the TLDR chat, he made an exploit that banned a bunch of legitimate people.
Well, womp womp, I suppose.
And he took credit for it.
Run on, and then run in real life to take a piss. If a mod saw you stuck on the rock, permaban for botting. It was a resounding success. Except it wasn't. It got a lot of noobs and whatnot banned for using the auto run when a bored mod happened to be idling near said rock or path. Going further up his listed experiences with Blizzard, you end up seeing a lot of leadership positions, which is to say he was being rewarded for taking credit for other people's work. His last position in the company was Senior Red Team Specialist.
But we're the Red Team!
Again, suggesting he was doing some advanced security work, but if you look underneath it, you can see that he was doing social engineering. Keep this in mind. It'll become relevant very soon. While I'm presenting you all of this information in chronological order and with context, it's important to say that up until last year, everyone only ever heard Jason's side of the story when it came to his work for Blizzard, and it was a very different one than we got from his former coworkers.
So I worked at Blizzard for 7 years. I worked on everything from World of Warcraft Vanilla all the way to Overwatch. I didn't work on Burning Crusade. That was the only thing I didn't work on. I quit Blizzard because it sucked, dude. I quit Blizzard because it sucked.
Okay. If he just said that and said Blizzard sucked, nobody would question him at all whatsoever for time immemorial, because everybody agrees that yes, Blizzard sucks.
Not a good and still does. Pretty much.
Like nobody would question this motherfucker whatsoever. They'd be like, yeah, I can agree with that. Yep, Blizzard sucks. And you're right. And yet that's not what happened. He continued to talk.
They paid me 36% of industry standard for my job. The working conditions were terrible. Working hours were terrible. It's a legendary company because people put legendary amounts of effort into it, even though they're under legendarily terrible working conditions. So I left, and I went to Amazon Game Studios, which is literally right up the street. It's 4 minutes away.
And then he says that he went to go work for Amazon, which I personally don't think is that much better of a company.
No. Not really, no. Especially not in the games department.
No, especially in the games department. When it comes to the delivery, depends on where you work, where you are, and who your boss is. But like, he quit because they didn't feed him enough titty milk. Okay, chat, you can't give that. You can't give that one to him because that's never been proven by anybody. People try to give that one to Grums, but you know, it's whatever.
And I got paid like a real human being.
This is a classic case of Jason lying by omission, because ever since he left Blizzard, he's tried to paint himself more as a dev. But in reality, he never, not once, worked as a dev for Blizzard. If him vaguely bringing up his work at Blizzard to mislead people into thinking he was a dev was a one-time thing, I honestly think it would be forgivable. But as this video posted on Livestream Fails shows, he did this all the time.
I was watching a video that was critiquing you for mentioning you work at Blizzard so much. I literally never talk about it. When I worked at Blizzard, I did that for Blizzard. Blizzard 7 years, yeah. Blizzard. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. Used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. You're Red Team Specialist for Blizzard Entertainment. And Blizzard. Is having worked at Blizzard. I grew up at Blizzard.
Not only was he not a dev, but his...
Guys, I grew up at Blizzard. I'm a second generation.
Failure at being a QA engineer is attested to by the fact that he held that position during the release of Blizzard's Diablo 3, which was so infamous for being full of bugs that it led to one of Boogie2988's biggest videos where he complained about it as his Francis character.
I spent all night trying to get this goddamn collector's edition. I stood in line at Walmart. I can barely stand up. If I get in line, I can't even play my...
Can you imagine being such a prolific lolcow that you give an area buff to other lolcows? Him cockroaching his way through Blizzard for years, despite being viewed poorly by his coworkers and not really achieving anything of note, eventually caught people's attention, which prompted people to accuse him of being a nepo baby, someone who only got their job or position or whatever because they're a family member of someone higher up in the company. His defense against these claims has been somewhat inconsistent.
Those who don't understand the term, a nepo baby is somebody who got their job only through nepotism, never accomplished anything in their career, and never did anything to deserve the position that they have. My father was the cinematic director for Blizzard for 23 years. He worked on basically everything going all the way back to the death and return of Superman and many other games all the way up until now. And then he quit. He went off to Jagex and he worked on old school RuneScape, I believe as a creative director of some kind. With that in mind, he now streams on Twitch under the name of Earjoy. People think that I got my job at Blizzard specifically because of him. In reality, I only had help from him in order to do my resume. Aside from that, for the people who have this narrative, both myself and my brother applied at the same time. I got the job and my brother didn't.
Okay, Very easily disprovable. People have favorites in the family all the time. Your dad could have said that he wanted you more than your brother, and you don't know that.
Yeah. And I was going to say, like, he explained what a Nepo baby is, and then he went on to list all of his dad's achievements and didn't say anything about any he might have had.
Yeah. Also, chat.
I mean, he did say that, like, his dad only helped him with the resume, but, like, if you're getting somebody who's been in that company for 20 plus fucking years to help you with your resume, I mean, that's like...
No, that's a good
like
point too.
GPT
No, yeah,
plus type
I agree.
Shit. Like,
no, I 100%
like
agree. Yeah.
You like he knows exactly what to put on that fucking resume to get you that job. Like, come on.
Exactly. Was Thor
That's still
conceived
a
in the Cosby
massive-
room? No,
That's still a
chat.
massive boon.
Magma of the pool. What is your wisdom?
Oh, great.
Is this like a meme of yours now? If people
No,
like...
Gabby is one of my recurring viewers.
Ah, okay. Well, what is your wisdom?
He's an idiot.
Ah, okay. All right, we'll continue.
I went to
That's
Blizzard in
it.
2004, and like this is kind of my whole career, right? My first job, I got through
God, hey,
nepotism, 100%. My dad worked at Blizzard for 23 years.
Oh, is Temp here?
Aye.
Oh, I know.
I heard his intro.
Temp.
I did not.
Hey, buddy.
Let me.
Hi, Jazz. Yeah, I know, Akko. You. I think you have everything on mine muted.
No, I don't. Well, oh yeah, well yeah. I have everybody's sound. Nobody's soundboard is on for me. Everybody's soundboard is turned off because I'm a streamer. So.
That's fair.
No, but I had you were turned off because of Dogwave. That's why I forgot why you weren't showing up. So. Anyway. Let us continue.
He worked at Blizzard for 23 years, so I got a job there in 2004.
While it's true he immediately got a job working for Amazon Games once he left Blizzard, he was still not a dev, but instead an automation engineer. And even this only lasted for a few months. Shortly after, he got a job as a full-on...
Guys, he was actually an engineer, and Mutahar wasn't. He's more of an engineer than Mutahar is.
Wait, so he actually has a degree?
No, they just called him. He's an automation engineer. He's an automation engineer. Don't you? That's. I don't know what the fuck that is, but apparently that's what he was.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I was about to ask. It's like, what the fuck is an automation engineer?
No fucking idea, but that's what he was.
Should we Google it? Maybe we can actually find like an actual answer.
Automation engineer. An automation engineer designs, implements, and manages automated systems and process. I mean, that's kind of what I fucking figured. They integrate hardware and software to optimize efficiency and reduce manual labor across various industries, including manufacturing, IT, and more. It requires strong technical skills in areas like programming, automation framework, and software development, as well as problem solving and communication skills.
Oh, so they're like the AI wranglers then, or?
I don't know.
That's kind of what it sounds like.
They are the conveyor belt.
They are the conveyor belt. I don't know.
Perhaps something along those lines, yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
cybersecurity
those skills
specialist
do
at
not
Eagle-
seem to roll over into individual game dev.
No, they don't.
Research group. This job in particular has
Unfortunate.
become a cornerstone for his claims that he's a bona fide hacker with mad skills. But is he really? Well, he was eventually so confident about his work there that he gave an interview about it, where he was asked what he actually did.
You're a hacker. Like that's where you like kind of started.
An actual hacker.
An actual hacker. Like
Yes.
not like I'm a hacker type. No, you're an actual
Not a script
hacker.
kiddie.
You've won
Like an actual hacker.
Yeah,
Yeah, my last job was hacking.
Is it
My
gonna
last
read
job
out?
was hacking. I hacked the United States.
Is it gonna read out? Is it not gonna read out? Fuck. Thank you for the 100 ARS. I think I missed the part where Jason tells us where did he work before becoming a streamer. Thank you, I appreciate that. Oh, I see why. Thank you for the 100 Argentinian pesos. I appreciate it.
Hacking power plants for the federal government. I work for the United States Department of Energy. Drop of a hat, you are leaving on a plane tomorrow to fly to some state to test a thing, right? And my general wheelhouse controls physical access control systems, so breaking and entering, Wi-Fi related vulnerabilities, web related vulnerabilities, and social engineering. So those were my primaries when we were on those tasks. And they just fly us to a site, hack the site, write a report, go home, right? and I had to wear a suit the whole time, and they made me cut my hair.
However questionable it is for Jason to have worked on preventing breaking and entering in federal nuclear facilities, what really stands out to me here is that pesky little phrase, social engineering. While social engineering is very much an approach to gaining access to systems, social engineering basically means tricking people into giving you their access, and it can be done completely unrelated to any hardcore actual hacking. Regardless, he continually leads people on to think he's some kind of code wizard, usually bringing up—
It's really weird because I am hearing all the same music that he is playing in the background that I normally play during my streams. It is so weird when because like it's so weird when somebody else uses Epidemic. Like it doesn't happen very often, but when I hear Epidemic music in the background, I'm like, oh my gosh, I know exactly where this man gets all of his music. Weird. It's just weird to me.
The 3 badges he got from DEF CON.
So DEF CON 24, I had just won DEF CON 23, so I was on my team at the time, which was Council of 9.
For those who are unfamiliar with it, DEF CON is one of the most established conventions of the hacker community. But despite how much weight he puts on these badges, some of DEF CON's games fall in the same realm as any other puzzle, alternate reality game, or escape room event. What Jason is doing is tantamount to calling yourself a hacker because you looked at the source code of the Five Nights at Freddy's website to solve a puzzle. In the same interview, he explains that his social engineering at one of these DEF CON events was to lie and pretend like he was a volunteer at the event, all while collecting info on other teams' progress to give to his own team. Whether you think this is a fair strategy to win, or you think this is meta gaming, what's clear is that Jason wasn't breaking into any mainframes. He wasn't hacking the Matrix. Another lie of his during this interview is that he claims he was a federal contractor for the Department of Energy, which is false on multiple levels. He worked for a company which had a contract with the government, but as receipts procured by KF user Vic Macedonia show, this contract had to do with management consulting, which wasn't at all related to the kind of thing that Jason did. Even if you assume he just misspoke or abridged all of this context while speaking about it, he eventually made his lie a bit more explicit by claiming that his DEF CON badges got him a job offer directly from the government.
Went back home, hammered it for a whole year, and then went back to DEF CON the next year and won. And when I got my first black badge, it was like, hey, that's kind of cool, man. Like, because it's like the Golden Hacker Olympics, right? And they're like, hey, that's pretty neat. And then I went and did it again the next year. And then people were like, wait a minute. And then the next year, the crypto challenge wasn't on. It was telefreaking, which is phone hacking. And then I won that. And then the government was like, do you want a job? And I was like, yeah.
I'm not going to say he didn't get a job from the government. Now, this is a timeline inconsistency that I believe Turkey Tom is going to bring up. We're getting to the point, by the way, where I stopped watching the video because I wanted to finish it on stream. I'm not going to say the government doesn't offer you jobs like that, but it sounds kind of bullshit in my personal opinion.
A lot of them are.
In 2009, Jason made a joke saying the special milk is in the fridge back at the office, the special milk. Then he made a repeated sipping and slurping noise in front of me and Buddy John. Really? Oh boy. Oh man.
Well, that implies that Jason knew about the breast milk.
Yeah, but probably a lot of people maybe did. I don't know. I don't feel like I don't know. That's a wonky detail. I really don't want to get into it. I don't want to get into it. Anyway.
To be fair, no one's ever going to admit to it. All we can ever do is speculate on that.
Yeah. No, yeah, we can. We can, for sure.
The thing about that is, he's speaking about his 3rd badge year, which he won in August 2019, but he worked for Eagle Research a whole 2 years before this. On top of all of that, as tenuous as his claim to these badges already is, it gets even worse when you realize that he was just one of many people on a team, and the roles he consistently played never required him to do anything related to, actually hacking any systems. In an article about DEF CON 25, the game is described as basically a scavenger hunt for fake employee badges that had numbers on them, and then people would just use those numbers as the password for the system they were trying to access. In this article, Jason not only directly calls himself the leader of his team, but adds that he had no idea it was even a challenge, which is basically impossible. Throughout all of his time taking part in DEF CON, it doesn't seem he ever actually hacked into anything. Despite this, he saw fit to not only call himself a hacker, but to go out of his way to speak for that community, to be the Lorax for hackers, which culminated in him confronting the creators of the show Mr. Robot about their undue use of a puzzle from DEF CON.
All right, so the reason I don't like Mr. Robot, this right here is my write-up for the DEF CON 22 badge challenge. Went viral as hell inside of the hacking community. And it was because I listed out everything that we did as a team and showed the world the brilliance of Lost, who is the creator of these challenges. And the first thing you can see here is a number letter cipher. So 1 would be A, 2 would be B, so on and so forth. And you can see at the end of this, these last pieces of 1057, Lost's name is 1057. He goes by Lost, and 1057 is his handle. That is his signature at the end of this. And now let's go to Mr. Robot's Twitter. Understand that this was the only place in the world that this was listed. Mr. Robot reposted this right here. That's that same string. But what did they leave off the end? His signature. This is the same as taking an artist and removing their signature from their piece of art. They made it public to millions of Mr. Robot fans. And those people went and found all of the breadcrumbs that led after this, which led to to Lost's personal phone number. He got tens of thousands of calls from fans of Mr. Robot thinking Mr. Robot was running an ARG, and I stopped watching the show as a result. And they never took it down.
This would be bad if it were true. Once again, this is a case of Jason taking liberties with his storytelling. As it turns out, this lost person he's trying to white knight for here actually worked with the show as a consultant, a fact which was documented by DEF CON itself, and it wasn't even a secret. Additionally, the tweet from the Mr.
That's
Robot
hilarious.
page is just a Caesar cipher, which is about as simple as
That is really the fact that they worked. So he.
Take your time.
I hate him. This is why I don't hate him. That's why I dislike him so much. Because he's just. It's not. I don't even feel like that's like a lie. It's just him like trying to push himself up when he didn't need to be. It's just like he's such a fucking. For fuck's sake, man. I don't like it.
It's kind of like the Obama meme where it's Obama putting a medal on Obama.
Thanks, Obama.
Something like that, yeah. Gosh, damn.
as you can possibly get with ciphers. And the subsequent ARG it leads to does not contain lost number like he falsely claimed. You know what does lead to lost supposed number though? Jason's Tumblr post, in which he publicly documented and shared the puzzle which contained lost number. Then, after sharing it on Tumblr, Jason went ahead and linked that.
That's funny. So he gets upset at this other guy for doxing when he's actually the one who did it.
Many such cases, feels like.
All he's doing is looking for clout. That's all it is.
That is so that is so funny. As part of the video, Endanger's Lost every time it's broadcasted. Jason is such a dickbag. He actually breaks the rule of black cats and doxes his superior. That is crazy. Man. Jason fucking sucks.
A post in his tweet, and then made a video about it, further signal boosting the Tumblr post, which contains the uncensored phone number. And he did all of this for no other reason than his own need to attach himself and his name to anything that may attract attention. He even used the walkthrough of Lost's puzzle as an opportunity to make a puzzle of his own to tack on at the end. Also, in this clip, he says this post went massively viral, when this thing has just a little over 200 notes on Tumblr.
Went viral as hell.
I don't even know why he would lie like that about something that's publicly verifiable. This would be among the hundreds of little random lies.
Okay, I don't wish to be pedantic or whatever, but it depends on how much one post on like if viral on Tumblr is different, can be different than viral on Twitter or YouTube and shit. So like I don't know. I feel like it depends, in my personal opinion, like what counts as viral. If 200 notes is viral, that's pretty small in my personal opinion, but you know, that's just me.
Lies he's told over the years, were it not for a couple of KF sleuths moved purely by their hatred of this man. To summarize all of his hacker background, pretty much everything he speaks about.
It is worth noting that Kiwi Farms legitimately hates this man to death and back, basically. So that's probably why a lot of this information is out there.
About when he talks about his experience is a Frankenstein monster of other people's stories, whether it be the aforementioned Lost or random coworkers of Jason's whose positions were more interesting than his. But besides his odd jobs at Amazon and Eagle Research, once his Nepo baby plot armor wore off, Jason decided it was time to double down on LARPing as a game developer. So he started the company, and I use that word loosely, known as Pirate Software, which was supposed to produce games. He had a hard time keeping up the LARP when he gave interviews, as he had to admit that he had to learn how to use even the most basic softwares like GameMaker from scratch. Because, of course, despite his work at Blizzard, he never developed anything, nor did he know how to program to any significant extent. Funnily enough, in this same interview, he comments on how other indie devs fail due to getting straight into making their dream game and then taking forever to finish it, only for it to flop, when they could make a smaller game first.
That is so fucking ironic.
Yeah.
So fucking ironic. What is he on, like year 10 almost? He's getting up there. And
damn, really?
He's nowhere closer to finishing his game. Oh man. Shit. It is so fucking rich to hear him say something like that.
I actually saw a review of Heartbound that basically said everything that Thor didn't work on is great. Everything that Thor did work on is ass.
Really?
I think I sent it to you, actually.
Is it the one by Coding Jesus?
That is really funny.
Let me see if I see it in our DMs. I know I sent you a YouTube short about it.
You sent me a lot of stuff recently since you last talked about Pirate Software in my DMs, so it might take a minute. Oh, goodness.
to get the hang of it. In keeping with this theme, he made a game called Champions of Breakfast, supposedly in less than a month. A process he began with a Discord server. Apparently, the reason he did this was in order to build a community so that he could engage with and solve criticisms of the game. Because, as he puts it, every single person you take the time to work with counts, because that person is going to exponentially increase the size of your community.
That was the short, right?
Let's pull this up.
My opinion on this game. Remember a week ago I told you Pirate Software had a persona? This game is an extension of that. Oh. It's very furry based, the dialogue, the characters, very little gameplay.
An hour and a half in, it's just walking and talking.
Yeah, the furries.
Great. Thanks for being on the channel.
This game is hilariously bad. It's like the developer played Undertale and thought, hey, this Sans guy is pretty funny. I should let all my characters talk the exact same way.
You know, I think I'm going to set up a thing. I'll set up a goal next month. Or if once we smash the current goal, I'll set up another one where if we meet it, I will buy and play. I'll play it.
Heartbound.
Yeah, I will play it. I will play it, chat, on my computer system, and I will actively take screenshots of my my CPU usage as I play this game.
Oh God.
Wait, yeah, it's got this weird. It's got that. It only takes you around 100 minutes to beat the game.
Bro, you were at 90.
Yeah, I nearly beat the game. I was wondering where the game was. This is completely unacceptable for a game that has been in development for 8 years. 3 puzzles in 8 years, okay?
8 years.
And he is still releasing patch notes.
What's there to patch? What are you patching?
I don't know.
Oh my gosh. Holy shit. The demo is free. Fair enough. All right, chat. I'll tell you what we're gonna do.
Whole game.
Tell you what we're gonna do. It's nearly 1 a.m. for me. Chat. Oh, fuck, I'd have to download it. I'd have to download it. So never mind. Never mind. Chat. Chat. Tomorrow when I set my goal.
Right here.
Actually, I will. Oop, that. Here, I'm gonna reset the current goal. Chat, if we beat this next super chat goal, I will play it tomorrow. All right? I will make it an easy super chat goal. If we beat it, I will play it tomorrow.
To be fair, the super chat goal could very well just fund the purchase of the game. That's how cheap it is.
All the colors for the next hour. 5 super chats. I buy and play Heartbound. All right. Yeah, 5 super chats. Right. I buy and play Heartbound. If you guys beat this super chat goal, I will buy and play Heartbound. And then I will have to uninstall it and help make sure that temp disables anything that it has it left on my computer. Okay? Could for free get the primer for Eon Legacy and drive through RPG and have more fun than mechanics. Fair. Are you feeling okay? We can talk about this. This is true, chat. We could talk about this, but like I said, if you beat the super chat goal, I will buy and play it tomorrow. Okay. Okay.
Over time. If only he had actually applied this mindset at any point during his life and concerned himself a little bit with how he was perceived by others. Although Champions of Breakfast went out without a hitch to mostly positive reviews, even it is tainted with Jason's narcissistic delusions about his tech savviness. In this video, he actually thinks that he solved all of piracy.
And if you look at this, we have 160 achievements for it, and all of them are very simple. The way that I did this is quite funny. I tried to find a way so that our game wouldn't get pirated because it'd be easy to pirate it. We knew that you could break Steam DRM very quickly. This is your save file. When you first start the game up, it actually checks what achievements you have, and it unlocks powers based on your achievements. This is actually the save file for the character, so you can't pirate it because you can never use the achievements.
That is absolutely fucking retarded, by the way. Okay? And there's easier ways to combat piracy. Make the game available in other countries in easier formats. And just understand that people are going to pirate your game no matter fucking what. And just be okay with that.
A great example of piracy is actually the developers of Peak, where Roblox made their own version of Peak. And the devs for Peak came out and said, we'd rather you pirate it than play that.
That was really funny, yeah.
That was pretty funny.
Here's what I will say. I'll echo what me and Mizu said last night when we were on on Lolly's stream. People that it might not have been last night. It might have been another night. But people who are gonna
last night was under the T.
Fair, but like what I was gonna say is people that are gonna pirate your game weren't gonna buy it in the first place. So you shouldn't focus on them. You should focus on the people that will buy and support your game no matter what. So you know, the pirate software is kind of funny for doing this because it's just like, bro, they weren't gonna buy your game in the first place. Where is that? A temporary waypoint. That's like right there, which is there. Okay.
It made it unpiratable.
Now, some people have since taken up the belief that this was Jason purposely rage baiting people to comment on how wrong he is about the game being unpiratable. However, I wholeheartedly believe he's exactly the kind of guy who's enough of a goofball, huffing his own farts, that he actually thought this would work. Of course, this little trick is extremely easy to bypass, but ultimately, Champions of Breakfast is just a stepping stone to the real story of Jason's work as a game developer. A game called Heartbound.
This isn't the work of a professional. This isn't even the work of an amateur. It's pathetic.
It's most likely that you've never heard of this game, and if you have, it's likely you only remember it for being one of the very few controversies that MatPat ever got involved in. Basically, he played the game on...
I remember that controversy. I thought MatPat was such an asshole to him. Obviously, now I disagree with myself, and I don't care. But I remember that controversy. I remember MatPat got in a lot of trouble because of all of that. Remember, a lot of people really didn't like MatPat. A lot of people thought MatPat was such an asshole for not taking a good due diligence when it came to pirate software. And at this point, I look back, it was like, holy shit, all that was like really astroturfed.
MatPat had a Mizu moment.
He did?
Mommy MILF avatar.
Well, no, I mean, like, he predicted the downfall of the game, you know, so many years later.
Oh, fair enough.
Just because of all it was.
Cool or supportive streamers
A giant slot
they
fest.
get big like this. Stay cool, mama, and tell Quinthio that Ben sends their regards.
Okay, I'll tell. Okay, thank you for the 11 euros. I appreciate that. And next time I talk to him, I will. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. All right, let's continue.
On GT Live and package the video as the next Undertale, although the name of...
I will say, I'm not that big of an individual, so I still have room to fuck up, but I do have cool people that can slap me back down to... I have enough cool people that can slap me back down to earth, I would say. They've done a decent job in the past, so I feel like they will now.
The game is clearly stated in the title, thumbnail, description, and throughout the entire video, making it clear that the video isn't him playing a game that's a sequel to Undertale.
I don't know if January is like the drama month, but I feel like there's already like drama and stuff that's already like coming out on YouTube and Twitter today.
Man, I remember when hating on MatPat was like a thing for a lot of people, and now I just look back and I'm like, I think MatPat's kind of cringy, but I really feel like there's worse people to hate on for legitimate reasons, and Thor's one of them.
I mean, I had fun watching his, FNAF lore videos and whatnot.
Okay, Jazz, you might need to leave the call. I'm sorry.
What? Come on, they were fun to listen to at the very... Listen, I go through, like, all over fucking YouTube, because I got 12-hour shifts to get through, all right? Anything and everything will do. As long as you can hold my attention for the several hours I'm standing on my feet packing boxes and shit, all right?
Oh my goodness, chat. We might have to remove him. We might have to...
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Seems like this one is retarded. I'm sorry, chat.
Wow,
We gotta put him
that's
down.
Fucked.
Gotta put him
Also,
down.
wait, how did you not already get I was retarded? Like this is the moment where that you hit that revelation? Really? Wasn't like the 20 other instances before now you had?
I keep my mouth shut.
None of it revolves around us or has anything to
Probably
do
for the
with
best,
Jason took to Twitter to voice his displeasure with MatPat's treatment of the game, specifically complaining that MatPat didn't link the game into the script.
No, go ahead. You want to say it? Just say it. Come on.
I got nothing to. I'll be honest. I really don't got much to add to this other than just.
Come on. There's something. I can hear you holding it back.
I don't know, honestly.
I can sense it. Disturbance in the forest.
Again, like I said, I have something. I just don't know what I'm trying to say.
Aka wants to say something, but doesn't know how to word it that wouldn't get them banned off YouTube.
It's not even that either. I just don't like. My brain is trying to form something, and I'm pausing so I can let it do that, but it's just like stuck. Here, I'll say something like that's like a side tangent. I bet you're an Amazon employee, and you're saying that, huh?
No.
I do not work for Amazon.
See, You and Thor have both worked for Amazon in the past.
I'm a warehouse worker, but never Amazon. Nah, man. I've heard too many stories about what goes on in there. I prefer to live a little bit longer.
Can I say that I have more experience than Thor at Amazon? Because I've done security, I've done packing, and I've done driving. And as a security guard, I actually learned how to work the cameras, so maybe I have more programming experience than him.
Mm-hmm.
Can I say that, or is that out of line?
No, not out of line at all.
I'm being bullshit here. Because running a camera, it shouldn't be that hard, but it kind of was. But it's not hard once you learn. I'm going to say that I have more experience at Amazon than he does.
If you can't decide between me or FNAF Matt Pat videos, then you ain't black. So Akko Biden. Damn. You'd only be like the fifth or sixth person who's tried to like siphon my blackness away. I survived them, and I'll survive you. God damn it!
Put him down, Mama Akko. No. Also, thank you for the 6 MYR. I don't know what MYR is, but thank you for it. I appreciate it.
It's something that becomes money.
Yes.
Probably.
On Thor's senpai. Thor dressed in drag for a high school play, and his GF at the time blackmailed him. What the fuck? What the fuck? Thank you, Nick, for the 5 NZD. Well, Floormaster was a friend from high school of Jason's. I can confirm. Based off of what
Did you say Lore Master or Floor Master?
Lore Master. I said Lore Master.
I heard Floor Master.
I don't know what I heard, but
You can't the ceiling. Keeps calling it ceiling bird fed. That man is not black. Oh. Yeah, just because I know how to change my fucking battery in my goddamn smoke detector. Somehow that makes me not black.
Exactly.
Lord of the carpet.
Senpai noticed him.
Listen, I'd be way blacker if so many black stereotypes weren't just like retardation. Like that's just what they are, right? God damn.
YouTube, before
I'm
you ban me.
I'm not that retarded though.
YouTube, before you ban me, he is actually black, so he can say that.
I am. It's me. I'm the black one.
It's me. I'm the black one.
I am the one who blacks.
Sorry.
I am the one who blacks. Okay, I need art. I need art of you now. All right.
Oh my god. Wait, hold on. I totally just imagined it. Jazz doing some like weird wizardy fingers towards Akko, and Akko starts turning black instead of like white, which is why Akko's skin tone is the way it is now.
Thank you, user, for the follow.
No, you know what it is? It's the end of Avatar when Aang's trying to take the bending away from the Fire Lord, and it gets like turned back on him. And that's Akko like trying to do it to me, and I just turn it back on him.
So we just need Jazz, like overpowering somebody. He's like, I am the one who blacks.
Oh fuck! Oh, it's good. It's good stuff. This is primo content. This is the good stuff. This is why we got the best people in the writers' room right now. All right. Oh fuck!
I got so many tabs open, it's going off the screen.
Holy shit!
Didn't realize I wasn't subscribed. Wondering why I wasn't able to message. Thank you for subscribing. I am the one who blacks. Chirp. All right, chat. You fulfilled the goal.
Let's go.
Tomorrow
I
I
guess
will.
you're playing a terrible video game. Oh.
Hold on. Oh, Steam needs to verify my login
good
information right now.
It's a fucking incredible bit. Oh my god. Somebody clip that whole thing. Just make a YouTube short out of that whole fucking conversation.
Hold on, let me buy this.
Oh, man.
Let me buy this.
Okay.
Are you okay?
Oh, fuck.
I'm just trying not to laugh so hard right now. The people sleeping right above me.
Oh man. You good? You all right?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm
Losing it. Losing it.
I'm good. I'm good.
Are you?
All right.
No, he's not.
Here we go, chat.
He's
I
not okay.
bought it.
No,
Let's go.
You do that to yourself.
Oh, it's got trading cards. Bro, it's got trading cards.
The game isn't even complete and it has trading cards.
Oh fuck. Oh no.
Look, chat, here's your save file. Oh, here's the save file.
Oh my god, she's got milkers.
Jargon
Oh
already
my
discovered
God.
Mom has milkers and gave $5. Don't worry, bro. You can play Goat Simulator as a pallet.
I should download that too. I haven't downloaded Goat Sim in a while. I don't have Goat Simulator 3, but I have Goat Simulator.
Is that just still getting updates?
Goat Sim, no.
Oh man. That was a good hit though. Fucking hell.
Let's continue.
Description used Undertale in the tags and got the studio's name wrong. As this was going down, fellow YouTuber Gamer from Mars made pretty much the definitive video on the controversy, which ballooned to nearly 2 million views. In it, he points out that including the link of a game in the description is not at all standard practice, nor should anyone be expected to do it even for an indie game. And additionally, no one actually sees the tags on a YouTube video. For those of you who don't know what a tag on a YouTube video is, it's basically just a thing that YouTubers do on the back end to try and get their video seen in search results. All that MatPat did was add Undertale as a tag on the video because people who look up Undertale might have wanted to see MatPat play that game.
Welcome to Undertale! But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory.
The conclusion that Gamer from Mars reached was that this didn't at all constitute some kind of malicious clickbait, and the worst thing Matt did was getting the studio's name wrong. And even that has the caveat that this wasn't in the video's metadata, but instead happened in the video itself. While talking about it off the cuff, Matt simply didn't say the second word in the name of the studio, and instead referred to it as pirate. Not only is this a complete nothing burger, words like software or studios are commonly left out when people are speaking about game dev companies. The developer of Borderlands is Gearbox, the developer of Doom and Quake is id, the developer of Payday is Overkill, and all of these developers have software in the name, but they're often referred to without it. Even companies with less common second words in their names like Square Enix.
Yeah, Tim, you like Gearbox? Do you call them Gearbox Software? Oh, Temp's dead. Never mind.
Are usually referred to by just their first name. There is seriously nothing to be mad about here. And the real reason this even got off the ground is because Toby Fox, the creator of Undertale, a game whose community already hated MatPat for his previous interactions with the game, chimed in and sided with Jason. When somebody as legit as a dev as Toby Fox criticizes you, it's only natural for people to side with them. And so, regardless of how small and petty this issue was, MatPat got dogpiled for relegating Heartbound to being an Undertale clone. The thing about this is, the person who's really responsible for making an Undertale clone out of Heartbound was Jason himself. The cover art with a kid character with a heart sprite sticking out, the reminiscent in-game art style, the boss who looks like a heavily mutated flower monster who then grows a bunch of eyes, the anthropomorphic animal characters, the morally gray protagonist, the engine being the same, even the title, Heartbound.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Even if MatPat didn't do this, a lot of people are gonna think it's an Undertale clone. A lot of people. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how original you think it looks. All right. I look at this and say, man, that's a fucking Undertale clone right there. All right? And I know it's original. I just don't care because it looks like it based off of what he chose to do. Also, I wasn't planning on doing this, but these crystals will look really nice in here. By the way, chat, look at my bedroom I made. Look at my bedroom I made. I love this. It's pretty. It's not really like a professional bedroom, but like I wanted to make a cute little nook in this cave. That will be where I sleep until I make my castle. But I think this looks pretty cute. I love the details in here. I just want some more. I want some more color. So, can I still open that chest? I can. Nice tree house. No, it's a cave house.
Bound is an anagram for Earthbound, a game which heavily inspired Toby Fox in the creation of Undertale, whose sequel, Deltarune, is also an anagram. Now keep in mind, I'm not saying that this is plagiarism. It's not like Jason just made an RPG Maker game. He absolutely made an Undertale-like game, but he takes issue with people pointing out how derivative his game is. Additionally, both Undertale and Heartbound were crowdfunded through Kickstarter with the same exact goal of $5,000. And it's here we see a few more signs that there was something very rotten at the very core of Heartbound. For example, as soon as you get to the About section of Undertale's page, Toby lists out all of the games Undertale is similar to, despite being ultimately original. On Heartbound's page, the glaring similarities between it and Undertale are never mentioned, despite Heartbound being announced within 1 year of Undertale's release. In fact, Jason does the opposite on Heartbound's website, where he remarks on how innovative and unlike other RPG games Heartbound truly is, because of its use of unconventional mini-games during combat that allow for the fights to be settled in multiple different ways.
Which, by the way, is also in fucking Undertale. What the hell? Undertale's whole shtick is that it's a mini-game fucking game. Oh my gosh. I'm fucking...
Wow. That is literally the main mechanic of Undertale, the attack, act, and mercy systems, which work off of the bullet hell minigames that are unique for each opponent you're facing. Another interesting element of Jason's Kickstarter page is he explained how he purposely set the asking price of the Kickstarter to an amount that he thought would trick game journalists to report on it as if it were a rising star phenomenon. This raises a few questions as to how organic this project was, but nevertheless, this is what he had to say once the goal was met. The next step was proving to everyone who invested in our game that we're not going to run away with their money, because that's a big problem for Kickstarter games. People go and throw their money at a Kickstarter, then the devs will disappear for 2 years, then come back and make something that wasn't up to par compared to what they...
Oh my gosh. Can't believe. See, if he had just not said that, it would be so easy. Oh my gosh, I hate it.
Take a breather. Take a breather.
Gonna be okay, Akko.
I don't believe in like trying to get people's attention, but Thor is one of those guys where I would troll him unironically just to be like, man, this guy's such a fucking loser. Such a fucking loser. I want to mess with him just because he's such a fucking loser. Holy shit. Oh.
Promised on the Kickstarter. So we thought, what if we streamed it all? Everyone could watch us build our entire video game. Full open development. They could see every single thing that we ever do, and no one ever can say the devs ran away with the money. At the same time, the stream helps fund additional development on the game, so even though we put the Kickstarter to such a low amount, we're still getting funding to continue the process of building Heartbound. It also gives an extra added effect to where, if in the future, anyone tries to come around and say we stole their idea, we have 300 episodes of video evidence showing...
Wait till Akko gets me on an interview. You should talk to me about that, Lore Master. We can set up an interview like in a week or two, or a little bit further down the road. I have a lot of people I want to interview, actually. But yeah, I'd love to sit down and on an interview with you. I don't know if you have been interviewed by anybody, but I would love to sit down and talk with you about your experiences. I can't remember. I do think we talked about it, but I don't think I ever followed up about it, but I'd be interested. So anyway, let's continue.
How we made the game ourselves that no one can contest. Usually on the stream, a lot of the questions we get are usually the same. When is the game coming out? How much is it going to cost? What is the game about? I have commands I can use on stream that let everyone know the release date and all the information they need. I can drop !demo in chat and it shows them. It mitigates a ton of my time every day because we stream 10 hours a day, and during that 10-hour period, it's literally just question and answer while everything else is going on. Now, there's a lot to pick apart from this post, but the gist of it is that Heartbound is an elaborate excuse for Jason to stream for literally dozens of hours with no end in sight. Him mentioning streaming as being something to justify the low amount asked on the project is really dishonest, because even if we just use Undertale as an example, Toby never acts like $5,000 is a low amount. It's a reasonable amount for this kind of game, even if he ultimately got way more than what he asked for on his project. But we don't need to only compare it with Undertale, as there are plenty of other predecessors in this general genre that Heartbound can be measured against. Ebe, Mad Father, Yume Nikki, Aoni, all of these were not crowdfunded, and at least initially were released for free. And not to mention, these games were actually finished and released to wide acclaim, whereas the same cannot be said about Heartbound. Lastly, I really like that Jason feels the need to express his concern about the game being accused of plagiarism, but once again, doesn't mention Undertale. When he does mention Undertale, however, while he does express his admiration for it, he pairs it with a little bit of criticism of the game's code.
Undertale is made by Toby Fox. Undertale is a brilliant goddamn game. It's very good. It's also coded like shit, and that's fine. If you look at the decompiles that people have done of Undertale, you'll find that there are rooms that have hundreds of if statements checking the same value, then it sets it to 0, then it checks it again before doing anything. Meaning all of those if statements did nothing except for take...
What?
I feel like that's very similar to what he did, too.
he's worse. I feel like I don't know. I'm waiting to see what he said, what is said, but I feel like he's worse.
Processing power. There are sections of the game that show, like, oh, here's an example. All the dialogue in all of Undertale is in a single switch case statement in one object. It's thousands and thousands of cases long. Single object, all of the dialogue in the game. Hard-coded into that object. Insane. Insane behavior. But it doesn't matter.
He says in this clip that it doesn't matter, that the game is coded this way because it's good anyway. But what he doesn't mention is that the real reason it doesn't matter is because Undertale is a teeny tiny 2D pixel art game. Optimization is for the birds at that point, since unless you're trying to run the game on a calculator, it's not going to be lagging and frame dropping. But honestly, I don't even think he's actually trying to critique the game's code here, as much as he's trying to use this little factoid in order to present himself as someone who's really code savvy.
I'm Sean Parker. Oh, he's wired in. That's what I'm talking about.
But is he really code savvy? Due to the majority of his audience being people who generally aren't too familiar with programming, no one ever had much of a reason to doubt him whenever he spoke about code. But eventually, the code for Heartbound was actually extracted from the game, and some people who aren't restarted, like me, started going through it, only to find out that it was as sloppy as it gets. First, they pointed out that Jason made constant use of something called magic numbers, meaning that things in his code aren't referred to by shorthand names like coffee_obtained, but instead just numbers like 201. The obvious bad side effect of this is that this means whoever is working on the code, in this case Jason himself, has to know and remember what each of these numbers mean. Otherwise, he'll have to click through and find out every single time he forgets one of them.
Oh my gosh, that is insane. Holy shit. Okay, do you understand what he just said there? I want to make sure before I go on my rant. I can explain it as I understand it. Okay, so what he just said there is Jason operates off of the idea that instead of naming things like naming different assets in his game, he instead calls them numbers, which is way less identifiable. Because if I were to like pull open the game files for Balatro, for example, because I've done that before in order to edit the cards there, all of the files have very specific names going into the code, because what the code does is the code looks when the code gets to a specific thing that it needs in the game, it'll look for the item as it's named in the game. So let's say the main card sheet where all of the cards are kept, it's going to ask for that from the set of files that it has, and once it finds that, that's what it's going to pull up. If you just name something a number and you don't have a spreadsheet that tells you what everything is named, you have to, in your own memory, remember what every single number means, and if you don't remember it, you're fucked. It's like when an artist forgets to name their layers. Yeah, something like that.
Oh, God.
So yeah, it's just like, imagine if you have over 1,000 items in a game, and I know that there's more than just 1,000 items in some games, and you have to remember what every single thing is called as you are programming and building this game. That's a fucking nightmare. I don't know how does he do that? It starts to make you wonder whether or not he actually like did remember, and he had issues with it where he'd have to go back and recode shit.
Yeah, it's like, you ask how he did that, but like, given the state of the game, it kind of seems like he didn't.
Yeah. You think so?
Yeah.
I name things in numbers, but the numbers have meaning. I mean, like, if you've got a purpose for it and you can do that, fine. You know what I mean? Like, if that's how it works for you and you can actually make it work, fine. But that's for like somebody that's like super autistic about it. And I don't think Jason is that much of an autistic person. Like, based off of how I see him act and what he does, he's not hyper autistic. He's just retarded. I never name my layers unless it's for reading. I mean, like, an artist naming their layers is a little bit different in my personal opinion. For an artist, you may not have thousands upon thousands of layers for something you're drawing. For a video game programmer, you're going to have thousands upon thousands of lines of code, and you need to keep it consistent. Otherwise, you're going to get confused. And I bet you they do. You can't tell me that's not the case. So that's my problem with this, is that he's doing a system that doesn't work. That doesn't work. At least Yandere Dev names his spaghetti. What's crazy, chat, is Yandere Dev is actually like more cohesive than this man is. Now, granted, and I think Mizu made this point, Yandere Dev's game is probably way more simpler. I don't care. I don't care if his game is simpler. There should be no excuse for your game to be worse than Yandere Dev. Yandere Dev should be the bottom, and he's not. You are. That's what makes it embarrassing, in my personal opinion.
then.
The numbers. What are they saying?
The other side effect of this, although it's possible this was Jason's original intention, is that it makes working with other people on the code nearly impossible, since only
That's the other
Jason will be
problem.
able to read and navigate his code. I noted that this may be his intention because not only does it make for
And that's the other problem too, because like if you are the only one that understands the code, you're the only one that can work on things. You can't delegate it to somebody else. You can't hire somebody and say, fix this for me, because they don't know. That's the problem. You can't hand it off to somebody, ever. And maybe that's his intention, as Turkey Tom is saying here. Either way, it's bad. It's really bad.
a good explanation as to why he's the only person who actually works on the game's programming, but his code being completely unreadable makes it more impressive for the beginner programmers he tailors his online content towards.
An idiot admires complexity. A genius admires simplicity. An idiot, anything the more complicated it is, the more he will admire it. If you make something so cluster he can't understand it, he's going to think you're a god because you made it so complicated nobody can understand it.
There are other bizarre code lies, like Heartbound being supposedly ray traced in a highly efficient manner, but once again, more code savvy people took notice that in some of the game's updates, Jason makes notes for having to manually fix in-game characters still casting shadows when a light source has been shut off, which in the case of an actually ray traced game would be impossible to happen even as a bug. An example of a 2D game that actually has advanced lighting mechanics is Intravenous, and it should be immediately obvious by just looking at its gameplay and then looking at Heartbound gameplay that they are definitely not the same. Captain Garbage, the same KF user who questioned the ray tracing claims, went through more of Jason's code only to find that the entire game relied on extremely long arrays and switch cases, which was actually quite similar to the code of Undertale, which Jason criticized. I'll probably butcher this explanation, but this basically means that Heartbound, a game heavy on branching dialogue and minor decisions altering the course of the story, has each in-game event tied to an unbelievably long string of every in-game event that leads up to it and comes as a consequence of it.
No.
In turn,
See, I don't really know what kind of game this is. But like if it does change, oh my gosh, that's really, how the fuck does he keep up with that? How the fuck does he keep up with that? What the hell? Oh my god, again, I'm not a programmer.
And again, it would seem that he doesn't.
Probably not.
Given what we know.
Probably not, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Goes on, every time your past decisions will affect what will happen next, all of those cases have to be checked, as they haven't been collapsed into something easily readable. Worse yet is that were Jason to ever go back and alter something he's written, he'd then have to go look for each instance where his code is duplicated, which may be happening dozens of times throughout the entire game. Now, the alternative presented by Captain Garbage is ironically called JSON, or JSON, which is exactly fitting for the kind of game Jason is making, and would allow for other programmers to have an easy time working on Heartbound, if that was ever his intention. Now again, I'm making my way through this explanation by the skin of my nuts here, and if you want better breakdowns of how bad his code is, other much more skilled people have already gone over that. But the key takeaways here are, firstly, it looks like Jason tried to make his code inefficiency similar to Undertale's, although he manages to outdo it. And secondly, this degree of amateur work is a sledgehammer to the reputation he built as some kind of programmer savant who hacked nuclear facilities or whatever. This isn't just inefficiency. This is slop of such nightmarish proportions that multiple people have pitched in to point out just how bad it is.
Dude, I really hope that Pirate Software code stream screenshots are like just very early rough drafts of what he's trying to do. I usually do something like that to get the idea out and then I refine it, so I hope that's what I'm seeing, otherwise I'm better than him.
Literally anything would be an upgrade over what is written here.
Seeing Pirate Software code is like those images of streamers trying to craft nonsense in Minecraft.
Despite a lot of the criticism.
The difference, chat, is I can craft shit in Minecraft. With help and pictures sometimes, but yes.
Criticism he's gotten, Jason has gone on to continuously claim that his code is efficient and easy to work on, and the only thing that really took time was writing the game story-wise. Funnily enough, he mentions here that part of why it takes him so long to write is that he does it in 6 languages, and he reworks every single puzzle and joke in the game in all of these languages. And him saying this is a one-of-a-kind combination of an insane lie and an implicit confession. The insane lie is obvious. He doesn't simultaneously write the game in 6 languages. He writes the game in English, and then if someone who speaks a different language wants to translate it, he's cooperative with it. The implicit confession part is that the reason why it's so difficult to translate his game is the previously mentioned switch case issue. Because all of the branching paths are interconnected and dialogue options don't get collapsed into values that can be easily checked, whenever you edit what's written in a dialogue option, you have to go through the entire game's code to alter every other instance affected by that dialogue option, otherwise the game completely breaks. I know I've spoiled it a bit, but it shouldn't be surprising for you to find out that the game has remained an
He makes a good point, like if the dialogue has to be translated, he has to, how does it, no wonder this game isn't done. No. Maybe he gave up. He just doesn't admit it that he gave up. Holy shit. Oh my gosh, that is insane to think of. Chat, we're definitely not getting through this video. I'm letting you know. But holy shit. If you never finish it, you don't have to remember it. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Unfinished mess to this day. The original estimated delivery of the finished product on the Kickstarter was November 2017, but as that deadline...
What time is it? What date is it? Excuse me.
It's 1:30.
It is Saturday, August 9th, 2025. Oh, he's a little bit late. He's a little bit late by like 8 years. He's 8 years late, and it's still not done yet.
Approached, the game's website updated to state that the new date was in early to mid 2018. Then it was just 2018, no early to mid. And right beneath this question, he has some other entries stating that there will never be any DLC or sequels because he wants people to just get the entire story, saying that to even discuss a sequel would diminish what Heartbound could be at release. Then, in December 2018, the game comes out, and there's only 2 chapters out of 5. The 3rd chapter remains incomplete to this day, and monthly updates consist of minor bug fixes and irrelevant additions that don't get the game anywhere near completion. It took years for the game to even get a quit button so that you can close it without having to press Alt and F4.
Okay, that's hilarious. I didn't know that. Is that actually true? He didn't put in a quit, but is it? Okay, I'm not a programmer. I'm not a programmer. All right.
Lots of games did not have quit buttons properly. I still have to quit out of some games by actually just pressing the Windows key, right-clicking the tab, and closing the window.
Is it really that hard?
Not a lot, but
is it really that hard to program in a quit button? Are you serious? Must Alt F4, yeah. Wow, that is...
He wants you to stay in the game forever.
I'm legitimately baffled. I can do it in 5 minutes? Well, you're probably better than he is then.
And it's still without volume sliders. The degree of abandon here is yandere dev tier, the Ozymandias of Undertale clones. Now, there can be arguments made that he's taking so long to finish it because he's the only one really working on the game, as the other people who are credited are an artist and composer, and neither of them are programming it. But one counterpoint to that is exactly what we've been talking about up until this point. The reason no one else works on it may be that no one else can work on it due to how convoluted and horrific working on this thing can be. The other counterpoint is that Undertale, which was also made by one guy, with only the occasional help of an artist for visuals and such, and was also crowdfunded, was fully finished and released just 2 years after its Kickstarter campaign. You can also bring up Toby's other game, Deltarune, since it also released in chapters, but even then, the first 2 chapters released in late 2018, and now there's already...
I would argue that Deltarune is already 2 to 3 times the size of Undertale with how much work and love has gone into it.
Still not done.
And it's still not done, and he's still working on it.
And you also need to, I don't know, maybe this isn't like the right way to take it, but no matter what your opinion on Toby's other work with Nintendo, Toby is actually doing other work and not bragging about it. Meanwhile, Pirate Software, on a daily basis, says how he worked at Blizzard and Amazon and did X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, I don't know. My opinion is Toby has more of an opinion to not finish his game faster because he's actually got work that I think it takes him away from it more than, so... I don't know. Okay, buddy. You're annoying me. No, you can't put stuff down on the build site. My build site, not yours. Go the fuck away, man. Thank you.
Already chapters 3 and 4 out of a total of 7. That's 4 chapters in 7 years. And I should note that the first 2 chapters of Deltarune are completely free. We don't need to keep it confined to Toby's games either. Stardew Valley was made in under 5 years by a single dev. Braid was made in 3 years by a single dev, with only the help of a paid freelance artist. The first 7 Five Nights at Freddy's games, or 8 if you count FNAF World, were all made by a single guy. The answer as to why Jason's game is going on 10 years strong as an unfinished mess is simple. He's streaming instead of working on the game. Now, Jason really had no...
Which would be fine, by the way, if he didn't have paid obligations to the people that that wanted this game to be completed. Okay? If he actually just came out and said, I don't want to finish the game, and then just refunded the people that bought the game, which now includes myself, I wouldn't care. I mean, I'd be a little pissed off, but I would stop caring really quickly. Police brutality. Akko, hands up, don't shoot. Shut up, chat.
excuse for his lack of work on the game in 2019. However, ever since 2021, he started repeating a mantra that he had lost a whopping 9 months of development during the year of 2020 due to coming down with the big virus. Apparently, his illness was so awful that he suffered permanent lung damage and has to use an inhaler for the rest of his life.
I remember this. He blamed the game being on a huge hiatus because of the coof. And then it came out that he wasn't actually sick with it for as long as he said he was. I could believe that he probably had a bronchitis issue, but I don't believe that he actually, like, lost 9 months of his life over it. I don't know.
Yeah.
But once again, we come to the same question. Is this really true? Although Jason maintains this reasoning to this day, one user, named Musashi's son, begged to differ. By diligently going through his entire tweet history from 2020, we can see that in early 2020, Jason got sick twice, once in January and once in March. And both times, he saw an immediate improvement within a few days. In the March case, he went to the hospital and got diagnosed with pneumonia, which was later confirmed to actually be bronchitis. But regardless, he made it clear on Twitter that he was tested for COVID and it came back negative.
What?
You're right. You said, I could believe bronchitis. And then it was like, it was bronchitis.
Well, I just remember this because I was listening to other people talking about this, and I was like, "There's no," because I remember actually hearing that claim when I it's like that was something that came up because when I remembered watching him, I was like, okay, I know that he lost 9 months of work as his claim was COVID, and then I heard somebody come out and basically say that that's bullshit, and they claim that he possibly had bronchitis according to him. I guess that there it is. There it is. Kiwi Farms proved it.
He does indeed mention that he'd been using an inhaler for his bronchitis, and although beating it was tough, he was back to his normal self and streaming by mid-April, releasing another minor update to Heartbound in May.
How did Akko know? Must be a medical Okay, what the fuck is this? What the fuck? What the fuck am I looking at right now? What the fuck is this shit, Jason? What the fuck? What
It's a furry
the
man.
fuck?
He gives furries a bad name. I'm sorry.
That's
furries get furries.
That's the
I
old
mean,
habit
furries
popping up again.
Furries give furries a bad name, and he's also a furry, so it checks out.
Yeah.
I sent that to Rage with the message, ew.
Oh God, I hate you.
No. How are you alive?
No context whatsoever. I'm waiting for him to come in and scream at me now. I think he's at work, though.
This late, damn.
I won't stop him from coming in here and yelling at you.
In both instances of Jason being sick during the year of 2020, it actually affected his ability to stream, which makes sense. What doesn't make sense is that although he beat his bronchitis in early April and made an update to the game in May, explaining that he lost about 2.5 months of work up until that point, there's no update for June, despite him streaming 13 days in June of 2020. If anything, while you recover from a respiratory issue, it should be easier to program than to stream. Yet he seems to only be capable of the latter. Then, all of a sudden, in July, he changes his story and claims it was COVID so long, with no mention of a new diagnosis or having gotten sick again. So it's clear he's talking about the illness he suffered from March to April that year. Fast forward to November 2020, and he completely retcons his original story, bringing us to a new timeline. He has been recovering for 8 months.
Chat. That's... Okay. Okay. You know what? I'm going to pull an Asmongold right now.
Oh, no.
I'm concerned.
All right.
I'm intrigued.
Live chat.
Tep also gives furries a bad name. Excuse me.
All right. Made Screamer Killer. Explain yourself. Explain.
Oh, I see.
Hold on. Wait.
Explain yourself.
Hold on.
What's that? Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm on top. Yeah, that's why I couldn't see it.
I saw that because...
Oh, no. I turned to live chat. Oh, God.
I'm not judging. I just need you to explain yourself.
You do you.
That's because the moon died for it.
Fast forward to 2021, and we get to the previously mentioned claims of having lost not 8, but 9 months of production to COVID.
I'm
Keep in mind,
judging.
he was streaming for 10 hours a day through the crushing majority of 2020 with no problem. Yet he couldn't work on the game. In a clever little boundary push, 9 months eventually turned into nearly a year. But after this latest development, Jason backs away from the COVID claims for the majority of 2022. Then, in June 2023, he goes on Twitter to announce that he has COVID.
I'm not kink shaming. I just want you to explain yourself.
If Aka was kink shaming, it'd be to Lumi.
But this time, it only takes him 20 days to recover from it fully.
That was a hell of a thing. That's the second time I've gotten COVID. The first time took 9 months to recover. This one took probably about, I think it was in total about 20 days. So thankfully I'm back on it and I'm back to working on stuff. So I'm sorry that there's no update, but I will see you guys all later.
While the first supposed COVID case is mired in lies, the second time is a lot more believable and has remained pretty consistent. Well, up until Jason decided to retcon it once again.
My recovery was about 2.5 years.
Half joke? Is that about half as the joke as the half tard babies you mentioned that you wanted?
Oh.
Again, you're not in trouble. I just want an explanation.
What's the other half? Yeah.
Arco's not mad. He's just disappointed.
I'm just disappointed.
Years, so I got long COVID. My lungs shut down at one point. I almost died. They had me in and out of the ER for a long time. I can actually show you this in data. Kind of wild. We'll go to streams. I used to stream 7 days a week back in the day. And right here is where I went to DreamHack in January 2020, and I got COVID. And you can see what happened to my stream schedule. There were like months where I just streamed like 3 days.
This is from 2024. So over the course of 4 years, a bad case of bronchitis in March 2020, which took about 2 months to recover from, and a not so bad case of COVID in June 2023 that took 20 days to recover from, became one huge case of long COVID that started in January 2020. Here is the proof that Jason offers for this. He shows that his streaming schedule was pretty spotty during 2020, which could also be explained by him being lazy. But besides Musashi's in-depth analysis of Jason's history of lies, another sleuth took the time to go over literally dozens upon dozens of hours of Jason's streaming during 2024 to see how much he actually works on Heartbound. I mean, he calls them dev streams, so he must get a lot done, right? Well, over 164 hours of streaming, he attempted to work on Heartbound for 15 minutes. 15. And I say attempted because all of those 15 minutes consist of him trying to open Game Maker and then something going wrong until he gives up and goes to do something else. Instead, he works on other random passion projects that he will never finish, or he plays Path of Exile, or he plays World of Warcraft for literally dozens of hours. At one point, he streams WoW for 24 hours straight. When people who are familiar with him and his streams point out how little he works on his game, he always responds listing all of the things he's extremely busy with, adding that he works on Heartbound every day, when this is probably not true. But despite their similarities, Jason is no yandere dev. And the reason I say that is because he is much worse. Not finishing his game is actually one of his lesser offenses. After years of toiling away at his streams, in 2023, he began going viral on YouTube as clips of him started being uploaded. This is how the majority of people came to know him. And during this time, the consensus opinion on him was that he was a pretty good guy. People had no reason to doubt his credentials as a game dev and a savvy hacker. At least they didn't have a reason yet. By March of 2024, an interesting community decided to take notice of Jason. They were users of a subreddit that was focused on the MMORPG EVE Online, and they were accusing him of being an arrogant, pathological liar due to their experiences with him in game. However, due to the fact that these people were concentrated in this specific games community,
autism to them.
Well, it is a game that is primarily made for autistic people by autistic people.
You should play it, Akko.
No, I've seen gameplay of it, and I don't think I'd be interested in it. I'll be honest with you.
You don't think? You should still try it.
I don't think
No, I don't think I will. Yeah, I don't.
I will.
I'm sorry.
EVE Online players are almost to a certain level of autistic, like War Thunder players.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't think I will.
When they get that itch, they do not stop. And if that means digging into Pirate Software's life, they will do it.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Spreadsheet simulator.
You don't want to make enemies of on the internet, huh?
See, chat, I'd be willing to do a spreadsheet simulator. It's called Satisfactory. I did that. I'm not doing it with another game. Okay? I'm not doing that with another game.
it failed to get any real traction. What people did start picking up on en masse is his voice, which sounded oddly deep in a very unnatural way. This was his explanation for it.
Went back to the doctor. Doctor's like, hey, sometimes in your early 30s, your voice can change as a man, and it's effectively second puberty. This is what I used to sound like. That's what I used to look like. This is 5 years ago. Wait for this. This is awful.
My hot dogs are freshly picked. I'm gonna have to peel it. I'm gonna have to peel my hot dog.
Yeah, that was it, dude.
Every good hot dog needs to be peeled.
Even if you buy into this second puberty thing, is it believable that it happens over the course of just 5 days? Because this is a clip of him speaking from May 11th of 2019.
Is this live stream of Chair Jam? It is. I just finished my chair. I'm ready to submit to the judges. I want to thank all of you guys for being here for, my chair building experience.
And this is a clip of him speaking from May 16th of 2019.
Donut? Oh my God, look at the donut. Oh, that is a powerful donut.
Look how strong these donuts are.
But in fairness, in the first clip, he clearly is in an unconventional streaming setup, so you could excuse it on that basis. The thing is, there are plenty of other clips where he's in his regular streaming setup, and it still sounds noticeably less deep and bassy.
The egg exploded. It blew up like a grenade, and the door of the microwave blew open. The door of the microwave blew open from the force of the egg exploding. And
the way that it sounds like it's peaking whenever his voice gets particularly bassy suggests that he at least has some kind of EQ that's really boosting the low end of his voice. While this has always been a topic of discussion, not just for Jason's detractors, but also his fans, eventually KF user Yats actually looked at the spectrogram of an interview Jason gave, and he noticed that whenever the audio consists exclusively of Jason talking, there is a very noticeable hole in the mid-range, almost as if he's lowering them out of existence. This can't just be a noise filter, because he still has high end on his voice, so his S's don't sound weird. This absent mid-range is not there whenever anyone else on the panel speaks. Additionally, there's a few clips of him where it sounds like whatever he has on his audio is struggling to function.
I don't know what that gives me, though. I don't know what is that supposed to do? How am I going to put that shit in there? Oh, God.
Now keep in mind, his audio going out may just be compression to prevent his audio from being too loud. But the way his voice is crackling sounds a bit like how Formage sounds when you use autotune.
Oh, what is that supposed to do? How am I going to put that shit?
Obviously, he's not auto-tuning his voice to any particular note, but what he could be doing is using an auto-tune-based software like Throat, which can make your voice deeper without necessarily changing its notes. Outside of digital alteration, I haven't seen many people point this out, but it just sounds like he's trained his voice to sound more like that. One of the few times I did see someone remark about this was on Reddit, where someone said that he went from Peter Griffin to Brian Griffin, and indeed he did.
My name is Jason Thor Hall, also known as Pirate Software Online. I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment, then Amazon Game Studios, and now I own my own studio, Pirate Software.
The way he over-enunciates and projects his voice sounds like how a conventional voice actor can sound, and Seth MacFarlane, the guy who voices those characters, can sound like that, although he doesn't force his voice to be deep all the time.
It has nothing to do with the fact that it's a black show. Well, I can't be tired at 1 in the morning?
Further solidifying this possibility is that basic self-training in voice acting is incredibly common in communities such as the furry community, which Jason was a part of. You may be aware of the fact that there are a few furry VTubers and such who do these kind of cartoonish voices, which are often also digitally altered, all of which is fitting to Jason's case. The thing is, it's not standard for this kind of VTuber to lie about their vocal training and using voice changes. As a matter of fact, plenty of them teach others how to do it.
Hi, my name's Reniko. And I may not seem like it, but I'm a professionally trained voice actor who happens to be a VTuber.
None of this would even be a problem per se if Jason didn't lie about it. But then again, the crushing majority of Jason's problems wouldn't exist if he didn't lie. So I guess that's really pointless for me to say. Alternatively, there is another explanation, which is that Jason just recently hopped on testosterone, and he's going to be yoked out of his mind real soon. Now, even with people being skeptical of his voice, it didn't seem it affected his ability to be popular online. But as time went on, he became increasingly vocal when it came to his opinions on video games. Actually, allow me to correct myself. His expert opinion on video games. Because as he repeatedly put it wherever he could, he was an actual expert on everything video game related and everything cybersecurity related. Why? Because he used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. But keep in mind, he never really mentions it.
I literally never talk about it. When I worked at Blizzard, I did that for Blizzard. Blizzard 7 years, yeah. Blizzard. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. Used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. Your red team specialist for Blizzard Entertainment. And Blizzard. Having worked at Blizzard. I grew up at Blizzard. Blizzard industry for Blizzard Entertainment.
I grew up at Blizzard, guys.
Yeah, no, I worked at Blizzard.
Of course, he neglects to mention that he worked QA and never developed a single game in his life until he left Blizzard, and he even likes to conflate the time he worked at Blizzard with the time he spent working other jobs, resulting in him frequently saying things like, I've been in the games industry for 20 years.
So I've been a hacker for about 20 years. Started in Blizzard as QA, but I was a hacker then. As a programmer, I've been doing this for about 20 years. I've been a hacker for 20 years. You will be found. And that's coming from a hacker.
What the fuck?
Huh.
I would deny the furry VTuber allegations, Don, but dog ears and tail.
My uncle worked at Nintendo every single time, yeah.
I'm a hacker. I will find you. Oh my gosh.
Meat Canyon made a video about him? Oh, no.
He did. It was
yeah, it was like some weird.
Oh, did you see that Meat Canyon?
It was It was a Meat Canyon video. Is what it was.
It was. So I had autoplay on YouTube on the TV because I was on my phone. I wasn't paying attention, and the Meat Canyon video popped up.
No.
My mother was on her tablet.
Oh God!
And watched the.
I'm guessing that didn't go very well for you.
It was a. My face was pretty red.
I can imagine.
They found Thor instead. This is true, chat. They did find Thor instead. Thor was found.
I see. I
Him
don't
and
want
his hot
Jason
dogs.
Thor. I'll settle on Chris Hemsworth Thor. Jason Thor is bad.
Yeah.
Worst casting ever.
Yeah. Talented guy, pretty retarded. Agreed.
He did a thing for Mutagenics recently.
Cool. I don't care.
20 years. Don't do that shit. Don't. I've been working in programming now for about 20 years. But yeah, I've been doing this for about 20 years. For those of you who are new, my name is Thor. I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I've been in the gaming industry for 20 years. My name's Thor. How's it going?
20 years.
20 years?
Kind of reminds me of another guy who did 20 years. Although you'd never hear a peep from him about it either.
I did 20 fucking years.
Anyway, Jason used his fake reputation as an expert in the games industry to give opinions on matters that he knew nothing about. For example, he weighed in on the Assassin's Creed Shadows controversy.
Yeah, honestly, I have no respect for identity politics, trying to cancel a video game or cancel a story. If you want to cancel the story of the color of your skin, you have no business being here.
All right, so without getting into too many details about it, the Assassin's Creed Shadows controversy goes far beyond just the protagonist, Yasuke, being black. More so, it has to do with Ubisoft completely misrepresenting the story of the real Yasuke, as well as doing things like having hip-hop music playing whenever he engages in combat, which people reasonably found was kind of an insane decision.
Yeah.
You guys remember the final boss?
Oh, Chinja, Udo Chinja, or whatever the fuck.
Oh, yeah. That was the uber racist song. See,
that was a choice. That was a choice.
It was hilarious is what it was.
It was pretty funny, yeah.
Ubisoft actually did what people are blaming Square for, and I love it.
Mm-hmm.
The one that always gets me is the Yasuke's romantic choices, which just feels like a really weird thing to include when you're like going with somebody who is like an actual person. Just like assume what their romantic inclinations were. But I guess in that regard, they sort of covered all the ground by just give him a gay one, a trans one. At least two of them were just typical straight ones. But yeah, they went all across the board with those options, I guess.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, shit's weird to do for like a person who actually existed.
Mm-hmm. Again, that's why Assassin's Creed was at its best when the main character was fictional and interacted with real people around them.
Yep, I agree. I mean, the Assassin's Creed franchise was the best when Ezio was in the driver's seat. That's where I'm at.
Yes, I mean,
the Ezio trilogy was the best games in that series.
Revelations.
I didn't play Revelations, so I can't speak.
2 and Brotherhood are better.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the Ezio trilogy, like all 3 of those games are fucking awesome. Yeah, I did play Revelations. I'm stupid. Hang on, I remember that. That's the 3rd Ezio game. Yeah.
Yeah, but to say because Ezio has 3 of them.
Yeah, the Ezio games are fucking fantastic. All 3 are great.
I return.
Welcome back.
They're just talking about Assassin's Creed for a little bit there.
I needed some ice cream.
Better times.
I would love to play Assassin's Creed, but Ubisoft turned off the ability to play them on my Steam account. Because fuck you, Ubisoft.
Damn. Did you say something bad?
No, they turned off the servers, which disabled the entire game.
Oh, they're one of those. Okay. Damn. I wonder why. Probably not enough microtransactions in those older games.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Possibility.
Yo, Lucido Prime Blue Friend. Fuck yeah.
Of course, getting into the mire of the discussion isn't nearly as attractive to Jason as having a punchy stream clip for YouTube Shorts where he can virtue signal. The most unbelievable part about Jason's clip is how he follows it up.
I don't give a shit about the color of your skin. I don't care about where your spawn point was. I don't care about where you were born.
Referring to people's birthplaces and ethnicities as their spawn point is a kind of peak Reddit gamer cringe I have not had the displeasure of witnessing for the past decade. This is up there with the Walmart gamer t-shirts.
Jazz, what was your spawn point?
California.
California?
Oh,
I'd say
I still am.
I'd say you got quite the disadvantageous spawn point there.
I will be honest.
I've lived a pretty good life here.
Yeah.
Fair.
See, my secret is that I don't go outside to interact with other Californians.
Oh, fair enough.
Fair. Other Californians are weird.
The fuck?
I'm a rare subspecies of Californian. I'm sure you can tell by now.
Yeah, you are. Yes, you are.
See, my spawn point, ironically, was not California.
But you're currently there right now.
It was
You made-
Michigan.
Ah.
Michigan Bros.
I never want to go back.
You rather live in Cal where?
Yes.
I can't. I'm not going to say what
I mean,
city.
I have to imagine it's
where
I have
on
to
the
imagine it's
hand?
at least cheaper.
Where on the left hand, Temp?
I will message you.
Because I'm confused why you would prefer Cali.
I live in a pretty nice spot in Cali. I'm in Southern California, in a place that's like kind of between San Diego and LA. So it's not a big city. It's just a nice little like calm town. And people here aren't assholes to you, you know.
Really narrowing it down there, man. I would slow down.
Yeah, I'd be careful.
I don't give a shit. They find me. They find me. We got fucking what do you call me? We got stand your ground laws here. We got castle doctrine.
Oh, fair enough.
I'll sort it out if I have to.
Fair enough.
But you guys are. I appreciate you guys assuming that people give enough of a shit to like actually track me down. I appreciate that you guys think I'm actually that important on the internet. I'm really not, but I appreciate you guys, you know, having that nice opinion of me.
Heart emoji.
That anyone would care. Thanks for that. Makes me feel a little better.
You're welcome.
Actually, those are kind of badass. I like those. Later on in the same clip, he halfway acknowledges that there's more to the discussion than just Yasuke being black, but then shoots it down, reinforcing that what people are really concerned about is Yasuke being black.
But don't stop others from playing the game because you don't want to see a black guy in the cover. Who gives a shit? And if that's the only thing you're hung up on, and you're trying to make it about Japanese history, despite Japanese history disagreeing with you, you need to look in a mirror instead of posting on Twitter.
It's like he's physically incapable of considering there may be something beneath his surface level understanding of an issue. But honestly, that's quite on brand for him. Whether it be game development or hacking, Jason has a chronic allergy to going past surface level knowledge. But this doesn't stop him from commenting on everything. Another case of Jason's extreme tone deafness and inability to read the room was his brief online campaign against something called spy.pet. Again, this drama goes a lot deeper than I care to get into here, but in early 2024, there was a significant online upheaval against boy kisser communities hiding in plain sight on Reddit and Discord.
I'm sorry, what the fuck is that?
Boy
kisser? Boy, I feel kind of gross
So-
just saying that. Excuse me?
Like male or female boy kissers? Like what are we actually talking about?
It's the furry femboys.
Oh, I see.
Which makes it infinitely worse.
Magma, how do you know?
Yep.
Why do you know that?
Because I'm friends with one of them.
Oh.
Magma, why would you admit that?
Because I like the guy and he is an amazing person.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Fair enough. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Communities were known to attract and harbor a lot of people who not only publicly fantasized
Understandable.
about preteen boys, but also shared illegal material involving kids. One of the tactics deployed against these people was the use of something called spy.pet, which used bots to scrape through over 14,000 Discord servers, which exposed how vulnerable Discord really was. On April 19th, a journalist named Joseph Cox wrote an article about spy.pet being weaponized by Kiwi Farms, but neglected to mention that this weaponization was specifically targeting the boy kissers. Instead, the article claims KF was targeting a queer community on Discord, not specifying which or why. Now, you'd think that this would be the moment for someone like Jason, hackerman aficionado, to have a criticism of Discord's management for, you know, exposing their users like that. Or at least he'd have the wits about him to simply stay out of it, given the very controversial nature of this incident. But instead, he did what he always does. He went off half-cocked with insufficient information and began openly and unilaterally antagonizing spy.pet as if this was a clear-cut case of malicious hacker activity and not the reality of Discord operating with a massive and exploitable hole. A hole which was in the basic security of their servers. Of course, Jason too provided no context as to what exactly spy.pet was being used for. In this case, his stupidity prevailed, and his method of getting rid of all spy.pet bots was quickly adjusted for, as the people behind it simply switched the account IDs to something else and bypassed his brilliant security mechanism. He then had to go over to his Twitter to issue a retraction and announce that this method should be abandoned, as it would result in the banning of innocent people who had nothing to do with the spy.pet bots. Eventually, Discord did something to prevent more spy.pet situations from happening, signifying they could have done something all along and just didn't account for it. Due to the obscurity of this little blunder, he didn't catch very much flack for it, but unfortunately for Jason, he was about to do the most violent Sideshow Bob routine of continuously stepping on rakes that hit him in the face that the world has ever seen. But in order to get to the meat and potatoes of the controversy that led to Jason's ultimate downfall, we have to start with the appetizer. All the way back in 2019, Ross from the YouTube channel Accursed Farms made a video titled Games as a Service is Fraud. If you don't know who Accursed Farms is, you are hereby a certified baby and you are legally entitled to a pacifier. All the way back in 2007, when dinosaurs and giants still roamed the earth, Ross began his online career with a series of videos where he gave a voice to the protagonist of the Half-Life games, Gordon Freeman.
I'm not the only one who's late. Sucker!
Ever since then, he has cemented himself as a staple of the YouTube gaming community. And despite not being a huge channel per se, he's earned people's respect in kind of a similar way that someone like Angry Video Game Nerd has.
Oh my god, it's Bugs Bunny!
An OG of the community that has never switched up. With this reputation in mind, Ross pledging his allegiance to the cause of opposing games as a service was significant. To put it in layman's terms, games as a service means the companies that develop games have the power to completely eliminate a game from existence and prevent anyone from keeping it alive. In some cases, this means making—
Just realized I use this song too in a lot of my streams. What the fuck? That's so weird.
it so that a multiplayer game can only be played on company servers and then shutting those servers down. In other cases, this means ceasing the sale of an older game both physically and digitally, but still going after anyone who tries to make the game available online. Most recently, an example of the latter is intellectual property laws and government institutions being weaponized against ROM sites by gaming companies, despite plenty of the games these sites provide no longer being sold by said companies. Despite not making any money off these games anymore, they still want to prevent anyone from quote-unquote pirating it, which ultimately pans out to be erasing the game from history and going after anyone who stands in their way. The specific focus of Ross's video is criticizing the legal concept that all purchases of games, digital or physical, constitute the purchase of a license, not of a product, and the company is free to end that license whenever they want to. You can get into the weeds of intellectual property laws while discussing this, which I'm going to avoid doing, but it's hard to not be sympathetic towards these efforts to conserve games, as well as all other digital media, especially if you play games or care about art at all. Now, 5 years after Ross posted this video, he made a new one on the same topic, this time announcing the largest campaign ever to stop publishers from destroying games. This campaign was called Stop Killing Games, and it outlined a few strategies to get the ball rolling legally on the subject of video game preservation and consumer rights. Although there were many different ways to do so, one that is highlighted is the European Citizens Initiative petition, which could get the subject discussed in the European Parliament. In the description of the petition, it states, "The initiative seeks to prevent the remote disabling of video games by the publishers, before providing reasonable means to continue functioning of said video games without the involvement from the side of the publisher. The initiative does not seek to acquire ownership of said video games, associated intellectual rights, or monetization rights. Neither does it expect the publisher to provide resources for the said video game once they discontinue it, while leaving it in a reasonably functional or playable state." Now, while this description doesn't delve into impressive and wordy legalese, the petition really couldn't be clearer on what it aims to accomplish. This was not enough for Jason, who, in early August of 2024, voiced his displeasure with the initiative. First, during one—
Okay, we are kind of getting to the spot where we've already talked about a lot of his criticisms. So, yeah, we're going to be done soon, but, like, this is a lot of stuff that we've already talked about, so I feel fine kind of, like, leaving it off because of that.
One of his 10-hour streams, which got so much backlash that it's since been taken down, and then on Twitter, where he doubled down on it, saying the following: "Stop Killing Games is a vaguely worded attack on live service games as a whole, instead of being a focused assault on taking down the niche practice of single-player games, including always online functionality that can cause the game to be shut down at a later date. If you want my support, then write better legislature." I can't help but but bring up this classic.
You can say, "I like pancakes," and somebody will say,
"So you hate waffles?"
No, that's a whole new sentence. What are you talking about?
The obvious problem here from the start is Jason
It's
calling
accurate,
the petition
though.
legislature. The petition is not legislature. It's a formal request for the drafting of legislature. It clearly does not at any point present itself as a ready-made law. So you gotta wonder why Jason acted this way. Although I'm sure he had talked about it previously, this is him talking about it on one of his streams from this time period.
As written, the language is too vague, it doesn't solve the root issue, and it creates a litany of new issues. And that's a problem. That's the major issue for me. So for those who don't understand, the Stop Killing Games initiatives is basically, we don't want single-player games to have DRM that the developers can turn off and thus render the single-player games inactive anymore. This is what they want to change. The way
It's so crazy because this is something that you could actively look up very quickly and easily. And he lied so hard about it. It is so insane how hard he lied about it. At no point do they mention DRM. They just mention that we want resources to be able to, well, they don't even mention that. They just mention stop killing our fucking games so that we can play them after the end of life. And it's so insane how easy he lied about it. And it's even more sad how much people believed him. Excuse me.
way that they're going about it is using very vague language that makes it so that even live service games could be caught in this net.
Once again, he is simply presenting his telephone-gamed understanding of the initiative as if it were, in fact, the contents of the initiative. Get used to it. We're going to see a lot of that. Unlike what Jason is saying here, the digital rights management, or DRM, of single-player games doesn't need to be removed or even radically altered. The companies who own the games just need to provide means for the players to keep playing it. In the case of single-player games, it mostly means still having it easily available for purchase in digital form, which requires no extra effort or cost of maintenance for the devs. As a matter of fact, it will continue to make the money as people keep buying the game. This alone would be a major source of relief for game preservation, since this is the the brunt of the controversy revolving ROM sites being taken down as retro games become increasingly hard to officially acquire, whether digitally or physically. But to Jason's point, there is the odd case that cuts closer to DRM, such as the original GTA trilogy, which got replaced by their retarded definitive edition versions that look and play completely different, which many people reacted extremely negatively to, and for good reason. In this case, the delisting of the original games and their subsequent replacement had to do with, for example, licensing issues with the in-game's radio music. But again, Rockstar could have simply continued to remove songs that they'd lost the rights to, as they were already doing before the definitive edition fiasco, and left the rest of the game intact, so even this isn't a particularly good example. We haven't even gotten to Jason's point of contention with the initiative, and he's already misrepresenting it. This is what he actually thinks is wrong with the initiative.
The way that they're going about it is using very vague language that makes it so that even live service games could be caught in this net, which means every multiplayer game.
Again, how? Oh my gosh, that's
caveats.
Again, if you are not like a retard, you're gonna look at this and say, "My gosh, he's so bad faith." But he has so many people in his chat that believed it, and I'm not even gonna call all the people in his chat retards. He just had a lot of people in his chat that took whatever the fuck he said at his word, and still do. It bothers me.
Well, as a matter of fact, Akko, I am a retard, but I still think what he's saying is stupid.
That's good to know.
No, there is none.
That's good to know. At the very least.
I thought I'd weigh in. You
No,
know,
that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
I
that's
figured
fair.
we could use the retard opinion on this.
The retard as opposed to my expert opinion.
I mean,
exactly.
You are also autistic, Akko, so you are part retard.
Yeah. Oh, fuck me, man.
The retard half-breed, Akko.
The retard half-breed.
Look.
Here's what I'll say to close it off, chat. I just don't like it. Just don't like him whatsoever. Don't defame our retard card. Or don't defame our radar card. What? Don't defame our retards. Yes.
I pulled out the retard card.
Chat. I think that's where we're gonna end off. It is 2 a.m.
Oh, thank you, Kat.
I have work tomorrow.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Akko has his degree in retard. I do. I'm gonna go to bed, chat. Thanks everybody for joining me tonight. Tomorrow we will play Heartbound. Probably continue playing this as well. I'm gonna give you to Lumi because Lumi is watching footage,
She's
police footage.
watching
footage.
She's watching police footage.
Oh God. Okay.
Should probably just know that real quick.
How do I raid somebody?
That's how fried Akko's brain is.
On Kick. How do I raid somebody on Kick?
Oh, I don't know. Good luck.
Fuck you then.
I haven't done it. I've done one stream on Kick.
Yeah, but you're like, oh, you're so fried. I was like, yeah, because I'm raiding on Kick, bitch. All right, chat. I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you so much for being here. Peace and love.
Master.
And so